Hello, hello. Welcome back into the Varsity Esports League. It's Wednesday night Call of Duty. Haven't had one of these in a while, but it's going to be a fun one. We've got a quick docket here for you tonight. We've already taken a look at some of the matches. Apparently, Invasion's just been all across the board what everybody wants to play. God knows why. I'm Spaceman. That, of course, is the most ravishing man on the internet. It's Ravishing Cass. How you doing, brother?
I'm excited to be here, man. There's going to be a very fun day of watching an Invasion and only Invasion, so it's going to be a great time for all of us. But like you mentioned, CDL is back once again. So is Call of Duty Wednesday night, so let's get into it.
It's going to be a fun one, dude. Look, the opening metas for every single year we've been doing for Call of Duty for doing this has always been either 1 or 2 guns in 3 maps, and then we start to explode the map pool. Tonight, though, it looks like Invasion will be on the call if things do change. Karachi, sub-base, all kinds of experimentations might be happening for a lot of our young squads. We'll get you informed as that happens, but let's take a quick look back at day number 2. Let's take a look at the recap, because we had a bunch of teams competing in these open qualifier events, and it all comes down to bracket play here tonight. Remember, this entire tournament is about qualifying for the state championship, and we're gonna have to send teams through one at a time, which means all of the matches tonight will be best of 3s and single elim. But yesterday it was a couple of wins across the board for a bunch of our top squads, but it really came down to the wire. A couple of game 3s, nothing too decisive. But Ravish, I think the big takeaway was, again, the map pool continues to be a bit concise with Karachi, Invasion. Those are really the big 2 that like a lot of players really like to play.
Exactly that. And considering that we're seeing pretty much the same map across all 3 of our game modes too, it should kind of spell out to the players that we want to see one scenery, but hopefully how they adapt and evolve for the playstyles throughout, you know, hardpoint, SD, and control is going to be a big indicator of how they've adapted. Now, naturally, I know that comfort is a big giveaway for a lot of these teams that they want familiarity. I get it, but they're going to have to change sometime, but tonight is not that night.
Tonight might not be the night for a lot of our top teams. Remember, single elimination bracket, but we love to play what the pros play. So let's do that and talk about today's schedule because, well, we have a couple of matches we need to work through. And of course, there's only going to be a handful here on the main stream. A couple of streams throughout. Go check them out on the YouTube channel, available now as we are currently live. But 4 matches on the slate, all best of 3s. And we move through the matches moving into tomorrow. So we'll start off with a couple of big ones. We got Monroe versus Lee County B. Very excited to watch that one unfold, followed by Green Level versus Garinger A. Now we're going to get into the latter matches today when we have our seedings. We're going to have to wait for these matches to stagnate. When they do, we'll get our seedings. We'll figure out what our later matches will be tonight. But to start off, I mean, I think the big takeaway again is less about maybe the roster matchup, but specifically because we know what the map picks and bans are, it is, of course, the Invasion back-to-back-to-back. If we go all 3, Control, Hardpoint, S&D, all of that. Ravish, dude. You don't often see it too early in a Call of Duty season, but the fact that we have Invasion back-to-back-to-back, yeah, that Powell's Hill is going to be an absolute barn burner for a lot of teams.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier as well, too. I thought we were going to see pretty much a 50-50 between whoever managed to either one get early rotate or get early spawns and can get there first will be the one to hold it, most likely as though it's their position that they bought from Amazon Prime. So they're not going to let go of that, and nor should they as well, because there is a lot on the line that they're fighting for here, Spaceman.
Yeah, there absolutely is. There's a lot of money down in the pits they're going to have to fight over. Of course, the money is nothing without teams to compete in it. So let's talk about the prize pool because there's a chunk of change that these players are all fighting over, and they're all in high school, which is still a mind-boggling thing to say. 12,000 in total prize, 8K for first, divvying up 3 and 1,000 apiece for second and third. Again, these will not be paid out today. There's still more matches to be played tomorrow. We qualified teams for the main event, but this is bracket play, so we have worked all the way through towards this moment. And again, we're going to harp on this a couple of times here tonight. Single elimination, it does matter. But 8,000 first place, that is a huge spread between first and second. Ravish, in the year 2023, we're giving high schoolers like 10 grand. I just didn't expect that.
Must be nice. I could barely afford a ring pop when I was in high school, but it's fine because I'm happy for them. Naturally, as esports has evolved and expanded, so have, like you're saying, the programs and the teams. In fact, I believe we've got so many teams throughout our entire bracket as well, too, that we can look to run through, all playing, not exactly tonight, but throughout this entire season, aiming towards this giant chunk of change and actually all in BO1s that we have set up for themselves.
Listen, if you want to get involved and potentially find yourself in an opportunity to win some cash, you can do so by finding a link to the Discord, potentially to sign up for any events in the North Carolina region, but also you can win a giveaway for the Call of Duty, which would allow you a chance to potentially compete. Look at that segue. It's fantastic. We've given away 3 copies, 2 that were given away 2 days ago, and the last one will happen tomorrow. So the only way to enter is to go to youtube.com/VSLGG, type !giveaway in the chat, watch the stream, and you'll get a chance to win. So if you're watching now, there's a very good chance you have an opportunity to win a copy of Modern Warfare 3, and then you can find yourself in an opportunity to compete, potentially win some cash. We're giving away copies of the game. We're giving away almost $10,000 early on. This is for a lot of high schoolers, man. This is like Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, birthday all together. This is a lot.
I mean, it is December, it's the holiday season. I'm
All the
happy for
holidays.
every single one of the people. And hopefully, if you do manage to win, I hope you spend your Christmas playing only Call of Duty and not spending time with your family, because that's the only way to do it. Aside from that, we're looking at the rest of the teams and games, as I believe teams are almost near about ready to go as well, as we head in towards the day here, Spaceman. So
Yeah.
I'm excited to see some invasion.
I'm excited to see who potentially breaks Palace, as none of our pro teams have been able to do so to start. Granted, the spawns have been a bit wonky, we understand, but hopefully things change today. Like Ravis just said, let's take a look at the teams, specifically the brackets, because today's bracket is going to be a little bit different. Remember, hitting on one more time, you heard it once, you heard it 3 more times. Single elimination is the deal. You lose, you're out. You only got 3 games to get it done, but it will be a standard hardpoint S&D control lineup. If we go to game 3, that should be fun, ready to go. Lobbies being remade, we'll get all the players in, and hopefully within the next minute or so, get game 1 underway. But as we see for round 1, we have to start splitting teams up. And again, we're going to swing our attention down to the bottom of the screen. Monroe versus Lee County B. The big takeaway when looking at invasion early on, it's going to be a scrappy P1, but it's that P2 and 5. We're again looking at towards the swing over to Garage. And then of course, Palace Hill. Those are the 2 hills that really matter most. Broken is a lot like a scrappy hill like P1. This is where your ARs need to be at their best. When we're looking at rotational gunfights, we'll jump into that kind of action when the game eventually ensues. But Ravish, from my eyes alone, I mean, this is one of the maps that's a little bit more scrappy for a lot of our younger teams. So the fact that we are seeing back-to-back-to-back gives me some cause to pause for whether or not these players are going to be ready for maybe the onslaught that's about to happen on P1.
I highly doubt it personally, because as like you mentioned before, right, as we loaded the game, things are going to be aggressive, hot and heavy, and immediately streamy as we look towards our first map of Hardpoint, that S&D, and naturally, and going towards the final, right? So things should transgress from what we kind of see from the first point. I find it should give a good indication in terms of what we are to witness for the rest of the 2, because as it is BO3, naturally first 2 wins up, and after Hardpoint and then S&D next, so it might exactly give away as to who we might be seeing going on forward, because remember, that is BO1, so we want to ensure that whoever does well stays doing well, and if whoever doesn't, I'm so sorry, it's okay, try again next season, it's fine, you'll come back though.
There's a lot of opportunities, man. I mean, listen, you're in high school. We usually talk more specifically about challengers players and maybe the kind of the tier 2 circuit, but there's no shame in the fact that for tier 3, there's a lot of opportunities specifically with events like this. So again, make sure you're staying informed, involved, all available through links available in the YouTube chat, but if not, find them on Twitter. You'll find opportunities to get more practice in for Call of Duty. Folks, if you're just joining us for the first time, you missed a couple of days of action, but don't worry, we'll get you caught up to speed. This is day number 3 of some of our qualifiers. All of these teams competing for a chance to qualify for the state championship, all available happening in the North Carolina region. But the most important thing is that we are giving a lot of young Call of Duty players in the tier 3 ecosystem an opportunity to compete for $12,000 in total, but also a chance to get their names out there, because this is where the farm system really kicks in. And for a year like Modern Warfare 3, I think there's a lot of opportunities, knowing, or not knowing, I should say, what's going to maybe happen with the league next year. Where do we go from here for a lot of these young players? And now's the time to kind of build their resumes. So, Ravish, can you talk specifically a little bit about what this means for young players building their resumes now, getting into events like this in high school? Which, again, like for you and me, who are like old heads, this did not exist back then. This is brand new.
No, it did not, right? Because as the industry continues to expand as well, too, once you are able to get some more experience under your belt, and especially with those who have aspirations to become a pro player as well, right? It's like these early stages are so incredible. Be able to, 1, still your nerves. Number 2, be able to see whether you have what it takes to compete, and 3, understand what it takes to be a competitor and be part of an actual team environment. So all those and more will be discussed, but as I believe we'll be back after the short break as we get our lobby set and underway.
All right, there's only one way we wanted to kick off Wednesday night Call of Duty, and that was, of course, back-to-back-to-back invasion. I think that's the only fair way we got this going. We're just going to keep hitting on it because it's the early start of the season. I don't really care. But guess what? It's Monroe versus Lee County B, and my goodness, folks, if you thought that P1 was going to be testy as well, you better get strapped in for what could be Palace Hill. That P5's a money one at that. Ravish, this is going to be a fun one.
Yes, sir, it is. Because, as you're mentioning, get used to the scenery, folks. We're going to see a lot of these tanks, the gray, dreary atmosphere, the sand, browns, the burning cars, the browns, vibrant colors all around. There's also that picture of that family that's right at the beginning of, I believe, near Defender Spawn. I never got who that is. They never explain it. There's no lore or anything. There's just a whole mural of all these people, which I mean, sure, they look like a great time. No one's playing anything, so I guess I'll just take it.
It's the internal lore. There's a lot of different lore in a lot of these maps. I don't believe we'll ever see Favela in rotation this year. But if you ever get a chance to run around Modern Warfare 3, let alone a lot of the old throwback maps from MW2 in 2009, take a look at the walls and all the little nooks and crannies because you'll find some interesting lore hidden throughout. But as all things settle and the dust continues to fall, let's get into map number 1 because this one's going to be a bit of a barn burner. Again, for a lot of our squads who are just starting off this season, the MCW has been the big kicker. We all know how it works, but these hard points can be deadly. Rotation. The ARs need to be set up early on to watch for scrap time, get out on rotation. If they aren't, you're going to get behind quickly. Invasion's a tough one, man.
Yeah, it is indeed. And we'll look to see how these two manage to fare. I'm also taking notes to seeing what these guys are running, man. I feel like my load, I just ain't it these days, bro. So I gotta find out how I can absolutely ruin my enemy's days. But for now, let's head on in. Time before heading on into P1, like you're mentioning, already some only contact being made. Nothing landing from either side so far, though. As two have already made contact towards the hard point.
I think it is worth noting that for Lee County, it comes in with your boys Xerox, Puff, and John F. Kennedy, but they've all changed their names to former presidents or people who are currently deceased. So if you're wondering kind of what the situation is, don't worry, we're just up to speed as you are. That's what we're at now. Thomas Jefferson with 2 kills in a row. Never thought I'd say that sentence, but into the hard point early on, a decent hold to say the least. Don't often see a 25-point swing quickly, but as things continue to progress, well, Monroe's still trying to stop the bleeding. They'll have to worry about those back spawns. And early time for Lee County, but the break for Monroe.
Imagine just on the outside, taking shots inwards, but decent amount of lead being built, at least towards Lee County, like you're mentioning. As you continue to build that time up as well too. Monroe looking to try to get in for the sides, and it seems as though they're at least trying to attack all as 4, but have found some seconds to themselves. That's about it, though.
And this is the hard part about construction, right? When these spawns begin to stack, it really comes down to the initial kills. That first wave so tough to break down. The trades are going to be just as deadly as well. Early on, though, a nice little push. 2 do fall, but the trades pretty much do all the damage you need. The spawns in the back will help. Player 8, that's It's Kev, is going to be able to find some cleanup. And as Kennedy finds 2, but the winds are still down on that convertible, and he will get punished. Into the hard point we go.
Yes, sir, indeed. And again, one more engagement taken right before the next stuff comes as well, too. Just caught up right in the middle, unfortunately. So we'll look towards the rest of Monroe. Working the way back in as well, too. Playing on the outside, watching the spawn, too, on a 2v1. Unloads the entire clip is John F. Kennedy, but all he manages to find one by the end of it, unfortunately.
Well, now you gotta worry about fucking rotating to P3, man. Never thought we'd get in this situation, but seeing John F. Kennedy is one hell of a way to get things going. This is putting my brain through a blender. Here we go. Already 49-39 by 10. And we got ourselves a P3 rotation. This is where it gets tough, though. When you get those back spawns from a row, it's so easy to single file into the point. You want to spread your ARs out, get 1 sub in, trophies locked. You're going to be looking at player 7, Cray. That break is so important for those back spawns. It comes up to that 1 gunfight on the back.
Trying to find one more. They're right caught in the middle of the map. Unfortunately, the jump shot lands from Monroe. It takes another spawns in their favor, at least, too, as they're bonding shots left, right, and center as well, too. Have managed to at least find a little bit more time. As John F. Kennedy with a triple again. What a time to be alive here, Spaceman.
I mean, that is just a good opening 30 seconds, right? You get your ARs pushed up. You've been able to work heady pretty effectively as well, but you are still worried, again, about that back rotation. Nicely done. Cleanup kills are there. All things basically even now. We'll rotate over towards Palace side. It's going to be tough, though. When we take a look at, again, our mini-map. 7 and 6 for the moment for Thomas Jefferson. You got 2 and 5 for Garfield, but 7 seconds in the hill. Not a lot of time. Only 1 player leading the charge for Lee County. And it's going to be very tough working towards Broken Side if you don't have all 4 men up. For the moment, though, things do settle. And with that, New Hill popped. Who's in first?
Indeed, it is Monroe once again trying to the lead here though, but seems that Lee Connie takes a quick flip. 3 there, just chilling on the hard point as well too. They find 2 from the top. Monroe trying to do his damnedest of at least run the numbers for what they can. I'll put the onslaught onto the point, but here we go. 1 corner of the backside. It's Kev. Takes 1. Saw 2 up top to get stunned. Nord actually takes the peek too. Manages to find another as he makes the way in, but goes in the double of Monroe.
I mean, this is kind of the danger of invasion, right? When you're kind of able to stack in these situations, it gets a lot more difficult to kind of spread out with those trophies because nades aren't effective. You're getting shut down on the initial point. And a lot of this util is just useless at this moment in time. Again, it's been a nice hold from Monroe, but they are fighting for the scrap time for the last 15 or so seconds. They've lost the last couple of rotations. They will be out towards Palace early on. And these are where these gunfights really matter most. Now into Palace, the money hill for this map. How will Lee County respond?
And we've been talking about Palace almost the entire day, like you're saying, one of the toughest hills here to actually break to. And considering that Lake County, the team that's been up almost the entire game so far, has managed to get here so far, managed to get your first almost 100-point lead here, and that continues to grow further and further. But Monroe, can they break it? Trophies down, and the initial contact first is made. 1 already gone.
They've handled the pressure quite well inside, but they still have to worry, again, about the following numbers. You are spawning out if you're Lee County. Not the best situation. If you're Monroe, you want to take advantage of those close spawns, as they will do. So still 1 player to clear out. Cray's been sitting inside the hard point uncontested for about 10 seconds. Finally does meet his maker, but all the damage is done. Again, we now look at a situation where we're worried more about rotation than we are about the opening kills. It's been Lee County who have stacked up this lead time and time again. 2 rotations in a row, winning it back-to-back. We'll have to get punished, but the damage is done. Back to P1 we go. A healthy lead at that.
Yeah, it continues to grow. They're almost near 200 here as well, too, as he just throws out every piece of utility he could possibly have and manages to find the pick, too. Close quarters continues the fight, so he continues to rotate back around here once again. Finally, some congestion going on forward. For Monroe, they just seem to they seem to come out unlucky every time. A 2-for-1 trade's never in their favor.
I mean, I think we need to give some credit to Monroe when they've been able to keep it scrappy inside the point and keep numbers up. Maybe a 2v3, 3v4. They've been walking away with the success, and so far the reward at 30 seconds still available to their name. And whether or not it rallies into what could be a 187 to 100-point game, it really comes down to whether or not we change this to P2. But to start off here, they've done a nice job of just keeping their numbers inside set up, and they've been working on the outskirt gunfights, but those spawns in the back will be punishing. Into the point yet again. Lee County still trying to fight over the last 10. Rotation begins. Top side of your minimap, we're going to be looking at player 8. That's Kev. His job now, get stragglers on rotation, start moving your way towards the new point. They do so. The numbers are out. This is a good rotation from Lee County.
And they've already made their way to the other side, like you're mentioning. So they're deciding that they might as well leave whatever chances they have as well, too. Make the way over quickly as ever. But Monroe was trying to find one as John Petty getting taken down as well. And a trade here once again as the point looks to be unlocked at Lee County. Want to cement their lead now and forever. Let's 2 go down here, but no other opportunity.
A 100-point lead just continues to rack on up. Numbers are spread out. Power positions for the moment. John Kennedy be watching 2 fly off spawn. And again, the scouting position and I guess mission you could say here is to keep numbers in front, get a tally for your subs. And if you win your opening gunfights, things get easier, but they don't. They lose the opening 2. Now they're losing the time. 110 to 195. I think we're either waiting for numbers or somebody's going to make sure we get a quick pause, but I think it will be the latter here as we move through. And these numbers are slow to the point. They're giving up so much time on this hill. We'll have to worry about P3, but this has not been the cleanest approach here on P2.
Nah, it's been tough so far. You see Lee County getting a bit more aggressive than usual, actually, from where they have been already. But I find they seem more comfortable than ever, right, in terms of their overall lead. So not too stressed about trying to take any more points than they need to. And as the rotation comes in already, for Lee County, for P3. Love to set up right on the outside. Nate's throwing in. Nothing found again. They're watching the entrances and spawns. And Monroe trying to fire back in, but can't see nothing.
Monroe, we're going to fight for the game here. 1 break from Lee County. This one's pretty much done. And dusted spawns wide in the back. They'll be able to flood nicely. Things start to slow down at mid-map. Shots continue to ring out. No collection damage in, though. Number stacked 2 at a time. And they'll work the numbers inside the point, keeping the gunfights out. It's just been a rally of kills and a rally of time. 15 seconds left. The rotation needs to begin for Lee County. They've given about 60 on this hill. P3 now popped and out. Here we go. Into the rotation for P4. Player 2, that's going to be Spook. And hold on, Monroe trying to fight back, but
5
unfortunately,
points.
Lee County will not be able to win it here.
No, unfortunately not. And that's just barely gonna circumvent the possible ending here, but for now, like you're mentioning, for Monroe, an opportunity, a chance to survival, and one that they desperately need to hang on to. May not be necessarily the case. Heavy trades here once again. Monroe, first in, first as towels. Watch the outside. Sees a couple there, who gets the hit marker there as well. It's keeping the wave for now. Oh, that's nice on the heady. Stays alive.
It's a huge break as well, but again, this is the utilities job now. A couple of players working their side through broken. They come down to the team fight, as it always has here on P4. Trades back and forth. Opening pick. It's going to go the way of Abraham Lincoln. Another sentence you never think you'd say, but he'll get caught in rotation into the point. Slides away from danger, dipping out of dodge quickly, contesting as it might be. 162 and counting. They'll fight over the last 10, but back into Palace we go. And now you have to hopefully win 2 wipes in a row. I mean, Ravish, this is going to be one of the harder hills they're ever going to break.
Yeah, Monroe's already moving towards it too. They know that this is what they have to hang on to here. Like you're mentioning, any second being given over will just be it. And indeed it is. Unfortunato. First to take Lee County. Take Hardpoint.
I mean, that's just the tough part of Invasion. No matter how well you play on Broken, no matter how great you do on rotating from P3 to P4, if you don't win the rotation over towards Palace, let alone the fact that you're down almost 80 points in the kill column, just specifically with the kills weren't there in mid-map, this is where things get tough for Invasion. It's always been like this, especially this year when we start triple stacking a lot of these maps in these types of rotations. It will be tough for teams to come back. However, it was not all lost. Monroe played really great in the latter stretch. They played great on P2s. They had great patience in that P1 to be able to kind of rally those 40, 50 points. But Ravish, at the end of the day, I mean, you're going to live and die by that money hill in Palace. And, Lee County just built up a great lead and they just didn't look back.
Indeed, they were at almost at 100 points when we were about halfway through the game, and like you're mentioning, each time they were first to Palace, right? So each time they almost got the entirety of the time there to scrap time and all. They were not giving up a single second. And although throughout the latter half of the game, maybe they managed to get almost about half the hill there from Monroe, but it didn't necessarily go the direction. And we land here now, though, where S&D is the final shot, as once again, it is single elimination. We're still in the same map, so hopefully they familiarize themselves on Monroe's playstyle, I said Lee County's playstyle, and they can look to make a bounce back.
Yeah, there's definitely silver linings after game 1, but the only silver lining that matters now is you have one game to kind of bring yourself back in this series. Your backs are against the wall here. It's a best of 3, so if you lose this S&D, unfortunately for Monroe, their road will end here. And it's definitely not a way you want to go out on back-to-back maps, but it's certainly a test of titans here for Monroe versus Lee County, because again, Invasion's a tough one, but it seemed that the ARs were able to pick up their pace in the latter half of that game 1. Going into this game 2, let's take a look quickly at Monroe, talk a little bit about what they did well in game 1. Again, bouncing back from the initial blows, they had a 60-70 point swing. Ravish, they did a great job of slowing the game down to kind of a snail's crawl, working through the hard points together, keeping numbers up. If they can play with that patience in S&D, I see no reason why we don't go to a game 3.
I do not either too, because I find with S&D, right, it's having experiences a lot myself, considering where these actual bomb plants are. The things can get very tumultuous in terms, especially on B, where you're looking to hold as well to close corners, long lanes, and an opportunity for a jump shot at every single point is definitely foretold, but we can only experience that once we do get into the game, which should be just a couple of minutes. For now though, you can stare Spaceman's face and take a break eventually to look at my mug. Be nice.
It would be nice for a lot of these players, though. I'm sure they're excited to get back into, again, the Drowy color palette that is Invasion. But one of the big takeaways that Invasion has been proving for a lot of both really a new resurgence in AR players. Again, ARs usually have the benefit of the doubt when it comes to the start of any competitive season. Subs usually have the first 2 weeks. ARs get the next following 8 months. But we've seen a lot of young AR players really pop up in the last week or so who have been finding success on this map because of the lanes it affords you. Shout out Clayster for all of the ratty spots we've seen. This is going to be a very fun one to watch. I'm excited to see how the ARs on Monroe respond to the pressure after that game 1, close as it might be. Relatively disappointing performance there in the hard point, but S&D is an entirely different beast.
Because you saw how the ARs, like you mentioned, were always at the top of the leaderboard as well too here. And on S&D, we'll see if they can keep with the pace of that too. We look to hop on in once again with Monroe taking the bomb as well. It seems like it should be a full rush to B, and Lee County seems to have the read on this.
Pretty traditional hit from both teams. I mean, counter strat for punch. Monroe just going to forehead at B, looking for the opening pick. First blood will get drawn, and with that, then the spread comes. So comes down to the response from Lee County. How quickly do they want to begin to wrap through the middle of the map? It looks like that will not happen. Instead, the counter swing to A. Now it begins. Time to put the bomb down.
And look at that done. Easy peasy. Hold with 3 here. 4v3, not too bad at all, too. You see the rest of Monroe still holding on the outside. One gets seen. The Abraham Lincoln barely makes out with his life, and Nick's one while he's out at 2v4. This is a rough situation to be in. Cray and Kev. And Kev is seen as well, too. He's caught in the middle. He's running, but he's not going nowhere.
A 1v4 with Bomb in a precarious spot. It's going to be almost impossible. Hold on. Never mind. It will be Lee County take round 1.
Lee County. All right. First on Hardpoint and first on S&D as well. So still got a decent amount of time before we head on in. But it was, just a bit unfortunate too. A lot of them got caught out early as well, especially with the initial AR kill right off the rip too. So makes things very hard when you're trying to go in for the counter attack. Either way for now though, we'll just switch consistently and see if we can see some sort of reprise from them.
Yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary for round 1. I mean, a default hit from both teams is usually how S&D start on this map. The counter swing to A was a nice touch. The defense from Monroe didn't really keep up, but again, it's only round 1, plenty of time to move through. Snipers have been G8 across the board. We'll see if that changes moving into potentially February, March. For now, though, we will stick with the MCW meta. As it continues, though, shots continue to ring out. No first bloods for either side, but plenty of information for what looks like James Garfield was at least seen one cross, and Bomb should begin to move up with that, though. Expect blood to fall relatively quickly.
I imagine Tals should have actually seen the player right by him from the car, too. So I know he saw a head peek out if possible, and losing the shots transferring between the two of them, but nothing substantial actually landed, and it's just been tracking so far from them. Probably having early shots, not going to find the pick here. Unfortunately, he has to run out of there.
I'm not sure if they switched to single fire or not, but that is a kill that you usually need back. However, your teammates are there for support, make it 3 in a row, and the attack round goes by the wayside. Monroe just absolutely nowhere to be found. Lee County 2 in a row.
Yep, and they've at this time though they played a bit more slow, methodical too. No plant even needed as well. Monroe wasn't able to find a single lick of space either. No picks early on, leading to them being just hit up one by one. 4 shell fall like dominoes, which is a game we never got. Cool.
I'm a big fan of dominoes. I liked playing that when I was young.
What are the rules?
Were you a checkers or a chess kid? That's my question.
I was a chess kid because I'm Indian, so I was taught very early on.
I respect that. It's a very honest answer.
I didn't have a choice in checkers.
Listen, chess is getting more popular again. Bring back chess.
Yeah, bring back the 1,000-year-old game of chess.
It famously went away. Yeah, bring it back.
Chess fell off for real, bro.
That's right.
So did Kev, unfortunately, lands right into the AR of Lee County. Just seen the second as well, too. A lot of damage being put down as well, but it's a 1-for-1 finally. Monroe at even.
What was that? Looking at 9-10 kills for Lee County. You're only looking at 2 from Monroe. I mean, the stats tell the tape for the moment. Monroe just not had a lot to respond with. Finally, a couple of bit of points to maybe move through, but not really much. Thought for a moment there might be a chance there to kind of regroup back to B. But again, in a 1v3 situation with Bomb down in a very tough spot, MCW is great. Lines of sight are better. Lee County, 3 rounds in a row. Just very clinical right now and just 3 away from wiping off this series.
Yeah, all 3 though were actually watching every single major lane that he could have exited from as well. And he's just managed to set up right on time to create not even a shot or even an opportunity for him to be able to find where his opponents were even lurking by. Unfortunate, but maybe now, as look to plant the bomb here once again, things can look a bit brighter and better for Monroe. We'll see how things transpire.
I mean, I think the information now from Monroe is, again, look, you're struggling in the kill department and you're lagging behind, especially when it comes to power positions here. So maybe the best choice of action, give Spook or Towels the bomb, get them up quickly, get a quick plan. Then, again, if you hope the utils connect, that'd be great. If not, you have to play for first blood here. You have to try to at least work a trade, keep the numbers up, because they have been blown off the point at B. They got out-rotated at A. The ARs have not been able to respond in the opening picks. They lose the first blood yet again. They're down a number, and now things just start to fall by the wayside. They have to regroup together and start finding these trades.
I liked at least the Monroe tried to fight towards lane here, but for what they could find, but unfortunately they get caught out one by the next as well. The high-low angle was a good idea, but unfortunately, they're just all being shot down one by the next in South Street. Like, it's just... unfortunately doesn't transpire the way that they thought they would, and Kev once again last one left alive up against 2 cannot land a single 2 away for Lee County.
We're really hoping that potentially Monroe would be able to bounce back here on the second map, but after that, a game 1 hard point. Again, pretty close near the end. They were able to slow the game down to a crawl at moments in P3, Very different situation here. When you lose that first pick, the entire round essentially goes out the window unless you have a counter strat ready for whether it's a swing to the middle of the map, you're rotating to the next bomb site, or you have a plan ready to go. The utility needs to be invested. It just hasn't been. 8 streak for John F. Kennedy. On the other side, Tails and Spook combined 0-8. I mean, you're playing a 2v4. It does not get easier than this if you're Lee County. They need to put this game away very quickly.
For now, this time, playing much farther back is Monroe. There no early lanes or fights taken as well from either side. So just center themselves and wait for Lee County to look for the push in. A complete reading situation from their side. But Tails gets taken out first, though, unfortunately. So, end of the second for Cray. Trying to find one, and that's a pick that he needs.
That's huge as well, because it actually isolates the back spawn and just what allows them maybe 40-50% of the map to work through as well. They have information available. They still haven't been able to shut down John F. Kennedy. 10 in a row. 3 plants. You have a cruise missile if you need it. You don't want to invest it here if you don't have to. 3v2, 26 seconds to play.
He's one on the outside. The second also right on the corner as well, too. Has his teammate around him. Easy. Beams him. On the outside, again, we go. And one round left. Like I mentioned, the cruise missile there, ready and available. Wonder if that just gets locked off rip to just try to take down a double.
I mean, you got to suspect that if Lee County get first blood, they're going to invest the streak. I mean, 1 + 1 = 2 in that situation. They're going to try to put this game away. So the only benefit you have here if you're Monroe is that you can slow the game down to a crawl. There is no reason, even on attacking rounds, that you need to show your hands or cards at B off rip. Potentially an A hit. We'll see what they elect to do. And instead, it might just be a default. If that is the case, they're going to have to worry about that first blood. We will split the numbers, however. It's Kennedy on an 11 spree, 4-2 for Thomas on your screen now. So much positioning from Monroe to start. But Lee County can try to make their move now.
Lee County as well, just being caught out in between in a 1v2 and 2 different situations as well, too. Trying to chase them down, but Abraham linking with the flank to save his teammate as well. Albeit a 1-for-1 by the end of Monroe. Getting caught out by 2 numbers always has been an unfortunate detriment as well. But finally, we're at even straights. It's 2v2. This is doable for Monroe.
It's absolutely doable. They just need to be able to regroup through Broken. They're going to be able to do so. Nice job working together and holding their lines. 5 unanswered rounds. Maybe 1 gets fought back here from Monroe. They have numbers up in a 2v1. Streak now gone out of the play. Still available, but they won't have to worry about it this round. And again, patience pays off. The dividends are certainly here. Once split out, it will, of course, be Towels. We'll watch the rotation begin. 26 seconds to play. Got to get bombed down. You got to do it quickly. But you need your AR playing off-site. Post-play positioning is huge. James Garfield wins the first pick and can play time here.
That's a huge pick-off as well, too. Caught the sight line first from him as well. And now waiting around the corner to see what else he can find, though. 1 by 1, like you mentioned, the bomb should be going down as of right now as well. And once that lands, James Garfield to catch the timing as well on the planter. There we go. Sees him, finds him once again. That's a clutch for Lee County to take all 6.
You don't often see a sweep. You don't often see situations where it's just unanswered dominance, but essentially that was the case here. I mean, constant 2v1s, lost constant 3v1 situations. The post plant just wasn't good enough. 5-1, 11-1, 4-3 across the board. Lee County just way too good in this matchup. Monroe had opportunities. There were chances here, but just sometimes you run into the esports strat of one team just a little bit better today, and that was Lee County versus Monroe. They'll take it 6-0 in game 2, and they'll close out our first series in 2-0 fashion in a single elimination bracket. That's a tough way to go out if you're Monroe.
Indeed, it is, though. Unfortunate timing. Hardpoint did look a bit brighter, but unfortunately on SND, just Lee County, far too good. And as I look to move on as well, to continue to fight for that massive prize pool that we did mention earlier. Shout out to them. GG's over to both these teams. But we do, of course, have a lot more COD to play tonight.
I mean, it's tough sometimes when you start off with a beatdown, but I think the takeaway here, maybe the silver lining from Monroe, is you get a couple of punches back in that opening hardpoint. S&D not so much, but for Lee County, they look pretty good in the hardpoint. A couple of instances on those P3s and 4s rotating through Broken. They didn't really get the investment they wanted out of their utility. That could come down to maybe better positioning, working through with your subs. However, the flex is flexed, and they did their job going into Palace, did the same thing there in the S&D. They look clinical. This is a team that looks like they know what they're doing. They're comfortable in executing their game plan. A 2-0 sweep is not something to sneeze at, Ravish. That was a very clinical 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, indeed it was, especially in that last round as well, too, where it came down to that 2v1 as well. You saw with Lee County too. Managed to catch the sideline against one of these players who barely get the pick off too. Was timing stuff perfectly, watching the lane, and then coming around right when that bomb goes down, dude. So played expertly. Shout out to them. I can't wait to see what else they do in the bracket.
It's going to be a fun one to see. We got a couple of more teams we want to get through tonight. 4 matches on the docket. One's been pushed down. Green Level versus Garinger A coming up next. Another best of 3 on your screens when we return for more Call of Duty action. We'll see you in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back in to more Call of Duty action here on Wednesday. Ravishing, brother, we were having a fantastic talk during the break. The most important thing we learned is that there is potentially a man down here in our second game, our second series of the day between Green Level
Bro.
and Garinger A. Oh, yeah, it's a 4v3.
Yep, I was gonna say we can find that out in about 4 seconds, and there we are. As we load into the scoreboards, we see indeed that Garinger is going to have 3 heroes, while Green Level will continue to win their cash. The hard point, and unfortunately, 90% of the team is dead. That's 100% of the team, and Garinger has made their way to the hard point. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Quick note on the screen, I believe Green Level and Garinger are actually flipped names, so it should be Green Level who will have me, Creed, VESL, and Accuracy, and Garinger who will have Tommy for your mommy, Popox, and JJ Plays. We've just had a flip. Thank you so much, production. We appreciate you, but that does not take away from the discussion that, yes, Green Level come into this playing a 3v4. They are currently aware of the situation they're under, but look, if you're going to win a 3v4 on Invasion, the simple fact is this. You need to win 2 full team wipes in a row on a lot of these hills, and not only that, but you need to be winning these rotations as well. It sounds so easy. It's not. Now we go into P2 of a very promising start for Garinger. This is going to be one of the toughest matchups you're going to see tonight.
Wasn't too bad as well too from Green Level, because you saw Pop-Up actually take 2, and within just 2v1 days with it. So he did find his team sometime on the hard point, and again, like, you know, they are first to take. They're here first hand. Tommy for your mommy as well. I'm not gonna get used to saying that. Managed to get through. Managed to get 3 here too. So they're doing a good job of keeping up the patient space, man. So they've had time, and they're building it up right now on the hill. But Garinger just not good.
I mean, when it comes down to a numbers game for Garinger, they can afford to expend all of their lives if they need to play a 2-on-2 hit. They can play one flex to the middle of the map, just peel off a defender. They can play one on the outside and wait for those parallel spawns to come in. The AR is just set up in a power position. It's all GG's at the end of the day. Garinger have more than enough to be able to get this done. Essentially a 4v3 for the entirety of today. But the important takeaway to start, I think, really is JJ has yet to pick up a kill. 0-6 to start. We're already going over to P3. And for Green Level, if they want to make this a reality, they have to have everybody contributing. So far, they haven't. We'll see if that changes now going into P3.
I mean, I was thinking it might be the one, but unfortunately not. Tommy is the one that gets taken out, though he has been the one who's the first to take every single time. At least Popox gets one back for himself, though. But unfortunately, like you're mentioning, the numbers advantage is a bit too hefty at some of these times. But Garinger, slowly but surely building up to the lead, though. Green Level, though, luckily not too far behind here at all. And Tommy and Popox, once again, doing the absolute most. But it's only so much they can do as 3 try to flood in against them. Accuracy now gone, and Green Level keeping up. They're actually almost even.
I mean, the fact that they're this close to the opening rotations really isn't enough. But the 3 seconds at the point that comes down to just a couple of trades, and oh buddy, it's going to get dangerous at the point as it does just so often. And the break is on in. There it goes. Garinger will get back into the point. Plenty of time to fight over as well. We're worried about the rotation. It's player 5, me, aptly described now at the middle of the map. Looking for that next rotation. Going to be worried about JJ Plays coming up through the side. For Tommy, still fighting over the last 10 or so. It really is just about kind of putting up where the dust is done. And from here, whether or not the rotation goes their way is really just came down to those opening gunfights. It doesn't. Into broken. Garinger have more than enough time to put this game out of reach.
Yeah, unfortunately, so when Popbox gets caught right in the middle of the map too, you see actually Tommy for your mommy trying to come around, but again, middle of 3. Now JJ, 0-10 looking to flip that around. Today will not be the day that he does so when Garinger naturally getting them one by one. It's simple picks, if nothing else. Okay, Level gonna be bunched up as 3 as they finally are. Look to try to get in sight.
We only got 30 seconds to fight over here, so you're kind of happy with this if you're Green Level. You've been able to whittle the bleeding down to just a 50-point game. 1 hill is all it takes into broken, but we are worried again about what essentially is coming up, right? The next hill, the most important one, the money one that everybody loves to complain about how hard it is to break, but it really comes down to those early rotations. You can already see on the left side of your minimap, out early, Garinger know exactly what they need to do to put this game out of reach. They win Palace. They essentially win rotations onto P2, P3, and so on and so on. First hill's always scrap. And from here, they have built up a very hefty lead. 70 points and counting. Let's see if they can continue it.
And they're all up there, Spaceman, holding pinky, singing la-di-da, waiting for Garinger to come around. And currently, right, they're way up top to watch the go in. Smokes and nades be damned. And even Tommy for your mommy watching the angle through the door. And one should be coming in to say hello and poke his head. But unfortunately, Pop-Pop's caught out. So that's going to make things defending a lot harder. But they are holding close. They haven't been able to break into them yet.
I mean, the fact that this is a 40-point game is surprising. I don't know if it's much of a takeaway. The fact that JJ's still 0-11, a minute and 5 points, which is great. Put him in a hill, get him comfortable. That's what you want if somebody's not picking up the kills in the slaying department. But you're playing a 2v4. The fact that it's this close says more about Green Level's resolve than it does about Garinger's opening breaks. And they have continued to struggle to find this break into Palace. It's been a remarkable hold from Green Level. They haven't given up too much. They've been able to win the back spawns as well. They're out on P1, and Green Level might have a chance to tie this game.
JJ's playing the field upgrade mode here this time. He's gonna just hold there, hold the point. No kills necessarily needed. He's gonna throw a nade and vibe. I like that role personally. This time though, not a role that he doesn't want to be in, as it gets caught by the middle, out in the open though. But luckily, his team picks up the slack, and away we go once again. And no on the point just yet. The contested round below, and Popox can't find it.
Kill by Heck. Stop some of the early push there in the P1. Not worried about too much. A couple of numbers can need to dwindle on in. We're already thinking about P2. Low spawns on the right side of your minimap. Garinger are going to be spread out and ready for construction as they rotate. Tommy now inside. Going to get punished. Not a lot left at the clip. Not a lot left. We'll see him on respawn. Rotation continues. And now on the top side of your minimap, player one, Tommy, already going to be hitting on the rotation. So important. That gunfight comes down just now.
And unfortunately, like you're mentioning, too, look at the spawn as well, too, from Green Level as well. They went all the way towards the back, and this means the rotation coming into the next hill is going to be out. So we're off to number 5 as well, watching that being me. So I'm watching it go by and then let them slip through my slippy little fingers, but it caught from the backside as there is another advantage. But 2 taking Tommy for your mommy. Huge 2 picks, and should make things a bit easier.
Game 1, of course, will be on Invasion unfolding now. Game 2, high-rise, potential control if necessary. Same map, high-rise back-to-back. Changing up the meta to start here today. A little bit of different switch than what we saw for the last couple of days. Karachi Invasion, sub-base here and there. Not too often, a bit sprinkled, but it's really just been those 2 maps that have dominated the majority of these combos. But to start, Invasion's been a head-scratcher for a lot of teams, especially when it comes to those late breaks on defense. Very, very difficult in the opening hard points. They have struggled continuously for Green Level to find the time. 1 in 18 for JJ. You got to think if this player is turning it around or at least contributing a little bit more in the kill column, maybe this is a different game. But the fact that it's even this close, looking at about a 70-point swing, is still remarkable. Garinger now up to 190.
Yeah, JJ got his 1 release, right? So, you know, he's managed to at least prove himself worthy to be on the team. So that's not too bad. But like you're mentioning, map so far seem to be doing okay right now for the side of Invasion. We head back into the full rotation once again. Popbox unfortunately can't find the shot, so that will mean that Garinger should be able to easily hold off the rest of the level. This entire time for your mommy needed that pick to try to break through, but as we stand here, we stay here once more. Up to 200, only about a little bit more left here until Garinger should break through.
And Garinger can't win here, so we will go to another hill, but if you're Green Level, you need to just stop maybe the following 15 seconds. You can give up a bit, take a bit. We're worried about the rotation, though, and they'll just give away all of this free time. Whether or not they eventually find these kills in the middle, and that comes down to whether or not me gets out of position. Will do so successful for 1, dipping and dodging out of dives, but still gets caught out, and with JJ picking up the 2nd kill, you're at least trying to find some positivity here as he'll find 2. Now doubling up his efforts on this life into the point. Stops the bleeding. 25 seconds to go for Garinger to take game 1.
Yeah, it takes the last couple seconds of scrap time there too, but Garinger, we're more than happy to give that up. There's 2 already there towards P2. Like you're seeing, Tommy for your mommy up first. So he's taking a decent amount of damage. Managed to peel that back up, gets the flash in, but also catches himself. So the peak will unfortunately not go his direction, and he gets caught and wallbanged by the end of it. Tries hitting falls in once more as Pop tries to pick up the pieces.
I just don't know if there's enough time to make this track. Whether the Uto connects, it doesn't matter. The trophy should be in. And with that, this game 1's going to be done and dusted. 1 last-ditch effort, 1 attempt is all it takes, but it's not going to happen. 250 to 129. Garinger going to play the numbers game at the end of the day, and they'll bet against the houses. Garinger take game 1, 250 to 129. Green Level down a man to start. And unfortunately, they will pay the price for it, as they kind of got blown out in the end.
And that man disadvantage will only be accentuated here, Spaceman, once we look at S&D, right? Because that's a game of numbers and something that we can't say that Green Level or Garinger really has. So tough goings here so far in our first 2 games for one team.
Look, I had the pleasure of watching Tommy yesterday. He was playing fantastic, but I think the big takeaway is maybe the only thing Green Level have is, look, S&D is a reset. There's not so much an emphasis on winning every rotation as there is just playing your spots, holding your lines, and you're maybe successful there. You get a chance to maybe not go 0-18, maybe just contribute 3 or 4 kills is all you need. Tommy should be effective, But even then, even if you get the best performance out of Tommy here, Garinger are playing a 4v3, especially going into high rise, where we know the nade spots are essentially dropping a kill streak on the map with the way that those barrels explode. This is going to be a very, very bad situation. If green level come out and they don't immediately capitalize on the first 2 or 3 rounds, Ravish, we could be looking at like another 6-0. It's
yeah, it's gonna be tough, especially on high res too. You're playing very close quarters. You're looking at very close corners here as well too. So things can get a little bit dicey. But naturally, we'll see where those numbers do manage to roll once we do see what these teams load up in, though. But I am just happy for a change that is there, right? Because it is high rise, my friend. It's something different. It's a map that I like way more personally. So it makes things a lot more interesting to watch. So thank God we don't have to watch the same things over and over again. Thank you.
Sure. I mean, listen, we've had Invasion slated for 4 of the last 6 potential maps. Now we get a chance in this best of 3 to go to a different one, that being high rise. All still best of 3s tonight, all still single eliminations. If you're wondering where these teams are going, it's still a season 2 state qualifier. So all these players are competing and challenging each other to potentially get one of 4 or 5 coveted spots to move through this bracket and eventually get towards that state championship. But here, it really comes down to, again, just capitalizing on the quick succession of maps you have early on in a lot of these tournaments. We're going to be seeing a lot of Invasion tonight. We're going to be seeing potentially a lot of Karachi in the following rounds. This is, of course, our second best of 3 of the day. We have 2 more coming up after this, and we'll get you more information about what those might look like when this series wraps. For now, though, it's green level versus Garinger A. Green level come in a man down. We understand what that situation might be. They lose the opening hardpoint on Invasion. It looks potentially promising, but they were playing a 2v4 essentially for the majority of it. And at the end of the day, we have to rally that then conversation into what might high rise look like. And look, if you're playing a 4v3 on high rise, just altitude alone, you might end up getting 6-0'd. It's a very good probability. Thoughts, Ravishing? What are you feeling here? Because I feel like it's easy to say, all right, they're going to get blown out. It's 4v3. But like keys to victory in Ravish, what do they need to do in this second map to make this series go the distance?
Well, I'll tell you. Let me go and put on my analyst hat on, put on my glasses, and be able to tell you what goes on in my head here.
I like this a lot.
Should I do the voice or not? What do you think? Yeah?
Do the voice, please.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
If I may be to analyze the Call of Duty, it's tough here because, like you're mentioning, it's 3v4. But Tommy, for your mommy, is a very good player. We've seen him get consistent amounts of picks, 1 by 2, and paired with pop box. And perhaps if the third player managed to also step up, I'm looking at 2 things. Okay, 1, playing close, getting bombed down early, and 2, if they can play much farther back, because we've seen the retake game be actually quite good. You saw in hardpoint as well too. They were late to a lot of the hills, but it didn't necessarily matter because once Tommy had pop box, because they were going for 2-for-1s every single time. And we've seen the holes as you do come in, in the armor for Garinger here as well. So this I think is actually exploitable. But hey, we can only assume, think, and propagate the possibilities.
If they show up even 1/10 of the way you just showed up with that, I think they'll have a very good shot at being able to potentially make this interesting. But look, avoid the propane. That's the best advice we can give you. Ravishing was spitting right there. Listen, like rotate appropriately, watch your cuts. Don't sit near the propane on helipad. You will die. Don't sit near on the long cross. You will die. Speaking of, though, yeah, play the high ground specifically. Hit a trick shot off the crane, please. But before we get to that point, before we get to game number 2 here tonight, we're going to throw it to a quick break. When we jump back, of course, green level versus Garinger A. We'll get game 2 lit up and ready to go. We'll see you guys after the break.
Very soon.
All right, welcome back to an interesting situation. We ended game 1 on Invasion. We start game 2 on High Rise, down 4-3 in this matchup. Garinger be taking the lead 1-0 in a best of 3, going against Green Level, who, again, are playing at a man disadvantage. They understood the assignment going into Invasion. They made it look interesting. Unfortunately, just a little bit too much of a situation to overcome for Garinger, though. They have an opportunity here to, wait a minute, either win the series or have Green Level finally found a player? That's the question.
Yeah, it seems as though MS Stork has made his way into the server. So suddenly we're looking at a 4v4 finally. They're down 1, so they need to make sure to step their game up. And they do indeed. Never mind, GG all is already gone, but I'm not shocked.
I mean, the last game was not the best representation of potentially what JJ Plays brings to the mix. Start off 0-18. However, here, challenging around the corner, will get punished for the over-aggression. And finishing up the kill, now make it a 3v1. Numbers quickly dwindle away. And with that, bomb carry will be Tommy. Did most of the damage in game 1. Will unfortunately meet his maker here in game 2 to start. Round 1 to Garinger, 5 rounds away from a sweep.
All right, it was a quick one at that as well, too. Early engagements, but I was expecting nothing less. I'm High Rise, and we're playing high ground, Spaceman. We're going on the cranes. We are one step away from our dreams becoming reality, and I can go to bed happy. That's if it does happen, but I won't say anything just yet. There's no snipers on this map. It's just ARs, which is okay.
We're going up the crane, man. I'm like, if we don't see at least one person attempt a crane shot today, I'll be a little bit upset.
Yeah, just a teensy-weensy bit. But
just
it's
a smidge.
Oh,
you want to make Ravish upset? Is that what you want, players and/or chat?
I'm a teddy bear. You don't want to make me upset. I'll pop. My stuffing will come out.
I heard somebody say I'll pop, but that's that is one way to like threaten. That's great. Alrighty, Tommy, first blood. All right, things slowly turning around. Green Level able to find the opening pick, and too quickly on the response. Garinger get it right back and win the advantage.
Yeah, Green Level are slowly falling one after the next, and that was the fastest round of S&D we've seen throughout the day. A quick two-piece from both these sides. The Garinger continue to opt in momentum. Unfortunately, seems as though the fourth player is not able to contribute here just yet, but hopefully once you switch sides, we might see a different look.
1 star for accuracy. Great way to get things going. 2 rounds in, 4 kills already, off to a hot start for Garinger in the opening Invasion. It really was, again, kind of the 3-stack inside the point that spelled the most success for them. Didn't have to worry too much about rotations. They had numbers to boot. If they had to give up one on the outskirts, whether it was a flex, they didn't really seem to run any subs in that map. That's fine. They got the job done. They played the advantage. They won the game. Currently up 1-0 in the series. Still all best of 3s. Default hit to A. Nobody on the opening pick just yet, but a couple of numbers that do spread and some information available as both sides will find the opening trade. Now up to a 3v3.
Ooh, Tommy, though, tries to go on the outside, was trying to look for the pick, survives the engagement as well. Crucially so, very low, but some hits on the outside will make it so that Green Level, unfortunately, they get their 1, but on a 1v2, though, not undoable. It's up to me and Creed to find the next. Oh, man, finds the execution. That's dirty.
That's not good. That's not good. You never want to be in a situation where, oh, look, you're getting executed on. You got to give it up to just, all right, you got outplayed. It happens. Against an LMG as well. That is just disgusting. But,
that's new.
That's new. Well, you know, it looked like a promising round. A 3v2 situation quickly fell apart. They get 2-pieced, and all of a sudden it's it's a 2v1, excuse me, but Garinger make him pay for it. And you look at another instance where, again, Creed 4-0, accuracy 5-2, leading the charge on a 4-speed Creed, getting close to a cruise missile. Already up 3-0. This is just a situation where if you're Green Level, you have to stop the bleeding in this round. You go down 4-0, it's probably GG's.
We're not going to the sidelines this time. Never mind, I'm wrong. His accuracy up first, so I thought they would have just rushed down middle, but instead, these shots put down. Stun should land though, but it's just a question of timing at this point. It needs to be at the other player towards the other side. And believe, falling time for your mommy. Managed to get 1 for himself though. Garinger falling 2 by 2. Green Level may have found their streak.
Pulling out the striker just for good measure. Now making a 4v1. Good response from Green Level here in this round. Solar's been taking this fight for about 30 seconds and unable to secure anything. So good attention to detail on the opposite side of the map. Finally, the bounce back and the clapback we expected from Green Level, good lord, in round 2, does eventually find its way forward. And with that, they have themselves on the board for the first time really in this series. A very big round.
I mean, you could have said here, Spaceman, you could have said, man, Green finally cleans a kill. Well, I'd be keen on that, but we have to see what they might I can't find more of these. It's fine. I can't. Anyways, not Dr. Seuss with
We
it.
got a lot of time. Don't worry. We got plenty of games to get through.
You think so? All right. Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Look for the next step, though. Follow Garinger, just switching the strat a bit, though. Not going high ground her first this time. JJ plays, not looking to take the engagement early on. Accuracy, though. Both taking shots to the dome. Beast, no one alive. Red is all they see.
Well, that 3-stack actually might develop into something quite nice for the moment. Green level do a nice job of capitalizing the opening pick. You do get traded, but you have information available that Heli is completely locked away. Unfortunately, the guns just haven't been able to respond as Garinger punished quickly. Bomb escapes for how long is the question on a reach out. Dangerous reach out at that. As not one you normally take. Tommy gets absolutely destroyed for the over-aggression. And a 2v1, Bomb is out in a horrible spot. And you have information and the round. Yeah, that is just not the way you play S&D. Unfortunately, Tommy a little bit over-aggressive there.
Yeah, you are thinking that, naturally he matched a duck in. And the fact that you get shot at first and survive, you better thank every god I'm Hindu, so that's about 100,000 of them. But aside from that, but the fact that you go in, that's just going against God's graces. And again, we go, my friend. So they're up 4-1, 2 rounds potentially left in this BO3. And Garinger could hit the 2-0 here. And right now, they are set up for it.
That's a tough one to lose. Very different between a 3-2 game and a 4-1, not just by the score itself, but kind of the momentum the way this game can swing, especially on high rise, how difficult it can be to find some of those close quarters engagements that you're used to, especially when trying to overextend in bottom low. When you're playing in a man disadvantage, let alone what felt like the majority of the series, it's tough to bounce back. 3v3 trades continue, and finally some signs of life, for Green Level, as they find a way to claw their way back into this game. 2v2, staying alive with the bomb. Me will escape. For how long? Stork comes around the corner and gets punished.
Yeah, that's again another prospect of over-aggression when you know the person ducked into the corner as well. Through the slide shot does not manage to land, and letting me go is the worst mistake that you will make. All these back and forths here, man. It's a I can't say me for far too long. I think we just give him a name just to make it more funny.
I like that. What are we thinking about? What are we gonna go with here?
I like the name Stevenson because it's interesting and complicated enough. The third, how about that? SV.
Stevenson the third.
Yeah, Stevenson the third.
All right, I like that. We're gonna go with that.
Cool. Thank you.
See, that's how democracy works. All right.
Salute. Thanks, 07, brother.
Yeah, that's what we got out here. Well, Stevenson's currently 3-2 on a 2 spree. He got Creed at 7-1. Working towards the cruise. Will it be necessary? Probably not the way this game's going. Comeback needs to start here for Green Level. Their backs are against the wall in this series. One more round, and it's all done and dusted. Accuracy trying to work on the outskirts and a long rotation. This flank could pay off. Does it? Careful. Don't fall off the map. Don't do that. JJ plays. Picks up 1. Make it 2.
Yeah. Finds a drop shot from the stairs. Make it pretty easy to find the rest of them as well, too. They can mention 2v2 still at this point. See one on the outside that gets beamed down from up top here, and now VX out. It's a tough task ahead of him. Bomb needs to be picked up, sees one there, finds him eventually. And now in a 1v1, lots of time to play with, is not aware of where the second player is just yet. MF Stork, a big job.
It depends really on how quickly you pick up this bomb and plant. I mean, you have an opportunity at B, but they can't pick it up. And now you overstun. Now we chow, and somehow you win the gunfight. That is one you can't lose if you're Green Level. For Garinger, no business winning that round, let alone the game in that fashion. But okay, we'll take it anyway in a 6-1 fashion and a 2-0 sweep. That's brutal.
Yeah, that's like I said. He gets shot at first, re-challenges the angle. Right? Throws a stun way too far with no punishment, and then gets the slide as well in the tack stance. All right, bro. Sure. We'll give it. I guess that's just the power of these ARs this season, too, where no matter what, who shoots first is over who shoots last. Hey, shout out to Garinger for taking that 2-0 sweep. Love that.
Yeah, I mean, look, the game one's a bit of a wash. We understand the situation. Green Level down a player. Not much you can do. Invasion's going to be a tough one regardless. Going into higher is a little bit more promising. Back to full strength. Garinger just came out with those 2 pieces a little bit too strong, especially in mid-round situations where you're thinking, all right, bomb's not down yet. We have a chance to rotate. We have a chance to set up. No, Garinger pick up 2 kills. The play breaks open. Everything kind of falls by the wayside. And from there, just losing a lot of key gunfights. At the end of the day, you got to win your gunfights to win. And they don't do it. Garinger, though, win it 2-0 sweep. Didn't expect it to be as maybe quick as that, given that both teams were at full strength. But Ravish, look, man, sometimes it's just how the cookie crumbles. And this was just a better performance from Garinger in the S&D. That's how it goes.
Simple point here. Just shoot forehead. If you shoot head,
That's
you
right.
win. Simple. Thanks.
That's right. That's exactly how it's supposed to go. So if you're wondering where we're at here currently in the docket, we got 2 more games to go today. We've just concluded 2 best of 3s in sweep fashion. Lee County B took down Manice 3-0. And looking over to Green Level, again, they came in currently down a man. Unfortunately, they will fall because of it. They lose the series 2-0 with that. So this is an interesting spot to be in, but we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll continue on with the matches here today, here on Wednesday. You don't want to miss it. Make sure you stay tuned in the YouTube chat for available links through the Discord. Find out where you can get involved. We'll see you guys in a second. Welcome back to the State 2 qualifiers, Season 2, or I should say Season 2 qualifiers for State, of course, Varsity Esports League. I'm me, that is Ravishing Cast, who is sunk into the bottom of the Marianas Trench. She's down there. How you doing, bud? What's going on?
This is me at my actual height here.
Oh, okay.
I didn't
6'4".
want to lie to the people anymore. Yeah. I am truly 4'1", and I felt as though I should live my truth. Hello, world. That. I greet you from the bottom here. This is great.
I like that. See, look, he's living his truth, and you can as well if you want to play Modern Warfare 3. Speaking of giveaways, we have them available. Let's throw up the graphic. I'm a great segue person. We got more giveaways to give out. Redundancy at its best. We got a couple of copies we've been giving away all week. We gave away two days ago. You have a chance to win the last copy of Modern Warfare 3, where you can compete in events like this. To do so, head on over to the YouTube channel, but you should be here currently, so that's good. Type !giveaway in the chat, watch the stream, and get a chance to win and earn. So if you want to compete and be like the players you're going to see on your screen, a lot like the presidents we're going to see in a minute, that's how you do it. You watch, you win, you play. And that's how things unravel. We've played 2 matches so far tonight. Both have been sweeps in these best of 3s. We got 2 more to go. And our third match of the night will be West Charlotte versus Lee County High, the same Lee County we saw earlier against Monroe. Of course, won 2-0, all on Invasion, and they had the pick as well. So you know damn well we're going right back to Invasion again for all of our maps if we need to. Ravish has decided to grow, and I like that, because now he gets to grow up into Invasion once more for like the 90th time today. How you
I get to see the high ground Invasion once more, all the rubble that is there. I, in fact, got some of the apple boxes and cars that were left behind in Invasion, so I could raise myself once more. I can see eye to eye with such a beautiful young man as you, Beastman. So I think it works out well for me.
Listen, we had a long chat before the stream kicked off today about beards and how to take care of them. Listen to 2 people on the stream currently who have beards. I don't know about y'all in chat, but if you do, oil up, moisturize, exfoliate, and brush. For good Lord, please brush your beards, because that's how you do it. Don't shave. People say shave grows. It doesn't. Just be good to your face and to yourself. But also, don't pick Invasion 3 times in a row, because that will not grow beards. All right, all you high school kids who are picking Invasion back to back to back, do not do that. Please change it up. Karachi's available as well if you want to play it. But no, we're sticking with Invasion today. Lee County, of course, took down Monroe earlier in a 2-0 sweep. All the matches today will be, of course, best of 3s. Coming up after this, Sun Valley versus Panther Creek B. But to start here in match 3, Lee County High versus West Charlotte. Let's talk about some of the quick decisions going into this one. Again, when we look at Lee County, I'm going to be looking at what should be known as the typical John Kennedy, who has been playing for the past couple of days. He was just lights out in a lot of these opening hills, looking at P1s and the P2s, watching that broken cut. It was excellent with cleanup kills, and it really kind of helped this team build a 70, 80-point lead in these hard points. If they can have a strong Invasion start, like I think if they get the opening 2 or 3 hills under their belt, they're going to be walking away successful. They just looked like really comfortable in this matchup today.
They did indeed. Not only was he our president in trying times, but he's also our leader in this Invasion map as well, finding consistent kill after kill and bop after bop to make sure that they maintain man advantage in all these quick rotations, as you're mentioning. But of course, it is a whole slew, a conglomerate of leaders that we have towards ourselves, which I learned today that all these people were in fact presidents. I'm Canadian, I'm sorry. So, but with that noise, we do have Invasion probably loaded up and ready to head into our third BO3 of the night between West Charlotte and Lee County High B team. To get into it, I really hope after this game they find another map and God for these next BO3s.
I mean, luckily there are more maps available to them, but it just seems that Lee County, when it came down to picks and bans, they were very adamant about Invasion. They played it quite well against Monroe earlier. They took it in the opening hills pretty convincingly. The S&D was not too much of a problem. They won that 1-6-0 very, very convincingly. Didn't have any man disadvantages to worry about. We just finished our series on green level versus Garinger A. Of course, that one was a 2-0 as well. And now we sit here more with Lee County. See how they're able to bounce back, or should I say continue into this bracket. All single Ealer. I expect another really good Invasion here underway.
I do indeed. The decided the previous time, but here I'm doing some early aggressment. Naturally, though, both of them moving on to the point so far. The first blood given over to West Charlotte. In fact, it's 2-for-1 trade and start to build up the hill for themselves. But Lee County not giving up just yet.
is not the grandfather of COD that you've all come to expect. Killa, however, a different player, much younger, much more new to the scene. 2-1. See his name bounced around a couple of times, but nothing too dangerous to start. Trades continue to fly back and forth, and we expect the pinstripes to essentially evolve as this game does as well on the P1. But early on, it has just been chaos inside the point. That should have been a kill. Somehow it wasn't. Regardless, though, damage done. All red in the kill feed, and with that, Lee County back into play.
I think that's a bit more of an interior design option as he shot some holes in the computer and the walls around him. I mean, I can't say I respect it, but I can't understand it, if anything. Either way, though, Lee County now finally exit out, though. Gonna leave the point, all scrap time take for themselves. But as all fun look to rotate over, look at number 4. They're right in the middle. Trezane trying to catch them. Takes 2 for his troubles and slows them down.
You get net 1 on the play. 1's a team kill, but pretty positive now as the 2 stack in the hill does actually work. Spawns will be close. It helps out. West Charlotte regain the lead and build upon it. Now it's the Lee County to fly on in and hopefully win these opening gunfights. Unsuccessful for the moment, and they're going to have to work off spawn, and boy, oh boy, is that a trek.
Yeah, they've got to play cross-country simulator at this point here, Spaceman. So they've got to run towards it, but still 20 seconds left to go here on the hill so far. West Charlotte capitalizing on almost every single second here currently as they maintain the dominance, but Lee County hoping to pick up at least a couple seconds if possible. And finally, as they do manage to switch over to the West Charlotte out the point as they already go toward P3.
It's been a bit of fanfare, which we'd like to see to start this opening hard point, as a 3 stack doesn't alleviate much, but the pressure does build into our next. And for Broken, this is one of the harder ones to hold as well, because if your trophies aren't doing the work and those spawns are close, you're going to get constant pressure from the subs up close. But really, the meta today, at least for the start, I should say, for really the opening month of Modern Warfare 3, has been the MCW. Don't expect it to change. The players have gotten comfortable with it, and if that's the case, then we just keep on moving. A couple of shots that do connect. 1 falls, make it a second. Trades continue, a bit of chaos in the feed, chaos in the point, and the break in. Lee County get back.
And you know what? The biggest thing about the MCW, it sounds satisfying. Oh, that was unfortunate demolition. It looks to find one more, though, but like you're saying, Lee County, though, at least they're going to work their way back in. At least a 20-point game. The 2 from the outside, Thomas Jefferson, holding the sideline, though, gets, unfortunately, a bit of damage in somewhere into his vest. Will stay alive for the current time being as Lee County look to get a full hold on this hill.
It was opening swing from West Charlotte that worked out great for the opening 20, but counterpunch, Lee County, nice job stacking the hill, finding a couple of kills and rallying 30 seconds to their name. Into Broken we go. B4's tough. Trophies have to do all of the damage, and Zany flying out, staying alive. Really, the only player is going to be running around with a sub in this map, it seems like. Contest is good. Not enough, though. The break isn't successful. West Charlotte hold on, and 76 points and climbing. First one to cross 80 points.
I do respect it, that, like you mentioned, like the only player there too, but he has to be the first one on the point every single time. It beats the whole close, and he's doing his job so far, surviving. But it's gonna be a bit more tumultuous than just that, though. Baby Hippo watching the first. There you go, easy pick so far. And currently, Lee County having a pretty tough go of it, doing okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not ideal to single fly the hill. You're probably going to lose the numbers game regardless. You're hoping maybe if your team's already rotated, it'll spawn up with them on the squad spawn. That has not been the case. Already out, West Charlotte waiting for parallel spawns. They're probably going to get it. Comes down to Killa winning a big one-on-one against Abraham Lincoln, which, again, this is all for just spawn hold. If they get palace control, this game's going to get out of hand. Killa has to read this perfectly, does so at least on the stun. The check comes in, the flush out from the corner, and Abraham can't pick up the fight. A massive win from Killa to stay alive in the point.
4 score, and 7 years ago, Abraham Lincoln says, I will lose his gunfight here today, but I will bounce back for the next, so ideally. By the way, though, it is West Charlotte though, maintaining a hefty lead at this point, though, building themselves up farther and farther. But Lee County finds some space. 30 seconds still left on this hill so far. They made their way in. Nice little slide from John F. Kennedy. Survive that engagement, and again we go. They want to keep pushing themselves further. Zany, the one sub like you mentioned, sees one on the outside. Can't nail it.
3 a.m. is actually in a very interesting spot here, because if you spawn out, you have 2 options. Either rotate mid, worry about the next rotation, or you can single stack and help your team and find the wipe. And if they don't do it, you're investing a lot for not a lot of time when you could have been winning the rotation. But regardless, spawns will be out. That actually helps. Zany and Killa will be together into new. Back to P1. A successful hill for Lee County, all things considered. But West Charlotte still hold on to the lead, about 40 points. And they can build upon this very, very quickly if they have a clean hold here.
Indeed they can, like you're mentioning so far. But they have made their way into a bit of a tumultuous situation as they walk into 2. The prone doesn't work out as 1 goes down here. West Charlotte Still contesting things forward, but right now Lee County has been the one to take advantage. They already rotate and getting 2 off rip, but no one here is on the hill though. They continue fighting.
Seems like it's been wall of West Charlotte for the majority of this game. Lee County continue with this counter strat every single time. 2 stacking on the front, 1 swings around the back end, and you pinch. It's worked out. They have worked their way back into this game plenty of times still to fight over. A lot of hard point left to play. 3 a.m. on your screen. 2 weak to challenge, but enough to get on the outskirts. And with this swing, the rotation begins. Over to P2 we go. Who's going to be there first? Looks like player 4, Zany, West Charlotte, out and ready for the next hill.
Charlotte, like you mentioned, watching to the middle. Oh, this fight doesn't go the direction. Unfortunate. But a leader now still. They're just going back and forth between the 2 of them. All 4 of them still alive. Those looking to spawn so far. They have a bit of rotation too, especially for West Charlotte too, because I believe they spawn right on the other end of the map as well. So it should be a pretty even rotation for both these sides, but they've got to make a trek for it just to get here. And considering West Charlotte has the control here, Lee County, it's got to run.
This is an interesting spot. Here comes the cruise, and you're going to, again, basically get net 0 on the play, but you open up the lane enough. You know where spawns are coming from. You have to get posted up if you're James. Wins 2, gets help, but the trade's there regardless. Finally, the sub contributes in the kill feed. And the Zany spread actually works out. So subs are now pushed up. 2 down. Lee County will have to play on a numbers disadvantage. West Charlotte now into the point. And finally get some time, giving up about 5 seconds off the initial break. They had a neutral time for so long. They didn't really capitalize on this hill at all. And now into P3. Again, this is just a rotation West Charlotte has to win.
And either side here is going to take a pretty significant lead. If Lee County manages to get their first 2, which they are looking to rotate over, initially this could be easily going towards their side, but here's the West Charlotte picked up on it too. They continue to fight so far, hold them off here, and fighters go the direction. 3 a.m. barely clutching that one out, taking down another one. A wonderful leaders, unfortunately. But through we go. Skilla first to take the second almost his direction. The 1-for-1 by the end.
It's huge kills by Abraham there. Again, just wiping off the first push. The front line's gone. Come off spawn. West Charlotte will try again with numbers. 1 stacking for mid. Make it 2 on the pinch. Thomas shuts down the initial push. Blockers are away. Nades out. Plenty of time. Lee County. 145 and counting. Holding the hill as much as they can, and they're doing a nice job at it.
And it's been 1-for-1s here so far because they've been just jump shotting going in all by themselves, trying to get at least a pick off. But unfortunately, y'all need to try to attack us too and maybe try to get the trophies out of it. But right now, trophies doing work, as are they. As they hold off the rest, they'll get most of the hill by this point. As Lee County, after the flip too, have continued to hold it. Only a 13-point game, almost.
Now, last time we were here, it was the subs who opened up proceedings, but starting for now, the stuns will be the first ones in. The nade picks up 1. Through the back, Killa gonna make a play, finds 1, punished quickly, trades are in, numbers up, 183 to 180. Lead might change, finishing your kills, not for the moment, still alive, dipping and diving, a 1-point game it is, as Lee County reclaim the lead, but not for long, back into the point, West Charlotte.
Yeah, Zany left on the outside, unfortunately, right in the open they go. They managed to make their way back in to ensure that they maintain the control, but currently, for Lee County, down to neutral time. As they wait on the outside, they knew West Charlotte was going to try to attack them full force here so far. But, John F. Kennedy comes out, unfortunately, none the wiser. Just 1 taken for him. It continued to be back and forth, the black and the red across the kill field. No team taking a significant advantage.
The County doing a very nice job of reclaiming hills after they've lost rotation. Again, 2 hills in a row, they might have to fight off the back foot, but they proved they could do it on the last palace side. Now is a chance to do it again. They could win it here, but it's going to come down to 1 break in the next 3 seconds. Will it happen? Absolutely not. Nice reads from Killa. 2019 on the other side, looking at the current leaders, 21 and 13 for Thomas, doing essentially the most to lead the slaying. Not enough from everybody else to make things interesting, but a tie game we got with 40 seconds to play. Back into the point, West Charlotte yet again win the opening pick.
And they look no shot here of actually even leaving this point here, Spaceman. Like they're building themselves up to about 215, but it'll be a close game this time, though. They should build themselves up to near 250. But there's going to be 1 more hill here to close it out. And Lee County needs to find some sort of contestation here, so make sure that the lead doesn't get too far away from them.
Yeah, the question really comes down to, again, who's going to win the first battle at mid. It's either going to be 3 a.m., who should be spawning up momentarily, Baby Hippo, who's going to be the only one around before the squad spawns come in, but Thomas Jefferson actually spawns out from the rest of his team. I think that pinch spawn from John F. Kennedy actually helped kind of this spread at mid-map, so Lee County might be able to be the beneficiaries of a lucky blessed spawn, but unfortunately they do fall. And with that, the numbers won't work out in their favor. They're going to have to work on a 2-2 pinch. This is going to be tough, but you got to win the gunfights up first. Baby Hippo is able to find 1. The trades come in. More kills falling down inside the point, and with
10
that,
points.
all black in the kill feed. A huge hold from West Charlotte.
Yeah, they make sure that they made Lee County absolutely work for it, though, but they look to find nothing here so far, though. Big pick off a break, a possibility at Lee County may have just for the opportunity that they so desperately needed here. They make 2 win and 3 to hold, and 2 walking on the outside. Lots of flood in the point, but nothing found here so far. They find themselves with 20 seconds here remaining. No contention, this could be tough.
I mean, Killa's so weak, but he finds one. Huge opening pick. Anybody else around? 248, 245. A chance now for Lee County to steal this game away. Just got to check your corners behind. The final challenge will be in. They unfortunately drop 249, make it
Big.
250 to 247. West Charlotte sneak in at the end from one pinch. All it took was one player to look off the site. They get lucky, and a 3-point game is what it ends up as. West Charlotte take game 1 over Lee County.
The closest game we've had here so far here, Spaceman. What a time, like you mentioned, right? But a close and very clutch break, too, playing in the corners while finding to the main sure that they maintain their dominance as well. But West Charlotte were ahead the entire game, but some close breaks, and Lee County, we're almost there, almost there.
I mean, that is the closest game we've had all day today, and we expected it to maybe get a little tougher as the brackets continue to populate, as these events continue to go. But even just looking at how Palace unfolded, a lot of that P1 much more heavily contested near the end of these opening hardpoints than maybe we expected. Regardless, though, West Charlotte did a fantastic job of maintaining the crazy spawns. They worked through the chaos. They found those 2 kills. They broke in and won it by 3, 250 to 247. Lee County put up a hell of a fight, but this is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see a close matchup, and Ravish, we got one. I have a feeling this next map's going to be no different.
Indeed, it is not. Like you mentioned, we're very, very close between the 2 of them, and it's a big one as well, because the winner of this will qualify for the state bracket as well. So both these teams want to desperately be able to make it in to qualify for, because remember, there's BO1s all the way through here. If you lose here, sayonara, see you later. But a win could be huge for West Charlotte right now. They're eyeing that.
This is a situation where, look, you lose a close game. It's really, really tough. Sometimes you just gonna have to scratch it up, go next. We know S&D is tough for a lot of, especially young players, when they're kind of figuring out their mental and competitive Call of Duty. It's oftentimes like, all right, like, how do we hit the regain button quickly going into an S&D after a very close hard point? You'd rather lose a blowout than a close game. You feel like could have made 1 or 2 small adjustments, things go differently. But here's a quick reminder that the winner of this will qualify for the state bracket. So it's not just about winning in a sweep fashion. It's not just about winning the best of 3. You win this, you move on to states, which is massive for any of these schools. And that's why these players seem to be playing at their absolute best. Invasion coming up for map number 2. S&D is going to be a tough one. We saw Lee County do quite a nice job against Monroe just about an hour and a half earlier. But this is a very different situation. Ravish, I got a feeling this one could go the round 10, 11 situation.
Oh, yeah. I don't doubt that for a second. We've had a lot of just, 6-0s and 6-1s so far for S&Ds, but these are bound to flip 100%. So we're in for the long haul here, Spaceman. So buckle all in, tighten your shirt, and stroke your beards, as we'll get to watch a lot of kills happen. Let's do this.
I knew one guy in high school who had a beard, and he was like the coolest guy. So I don't know what's in the water these days. I don't know if new generations have beards, but I definitely gave mine a little tickle.
Dude, high school is just 7 feet these days, bro. I would not.
Yeah,
be surprised.
I don't know what's going on, man. Just you got to stop feeding them. Something's wrong there.
with their Whoppers and their chicken nuggets, they grow too tall. And right now, though, but the kill feed, though, not much wider than this, unfortunately. Just 4v4 still. Everybody's staying alive. A careful approach right now from West Charlotte.
Yeah, this is a relatively default hit off rip. You're going to expect a couple of bodies to be thrown in the opening rounds. 2, 3, 4, not too much. You are worried about first blood, though. Opening pick will go to Lee County. And Thomas will be rewarded for the patience. Pop back quickly happens, make it 2.
Ooh.
On the outskirts, AR still lined up, but getting punched on site. Thomas makes it 2, make it 3. All 4. Lee County for round 1.
Lee County looking very comfortable in this S&D, like you're saying. So this is already something that we were somewhat expecting, right? Considering how we saw them, how dominant they were on Invasion. It was S&D as well, too. So, but a condition is bound to come in. A first round doesn't necessarily spell all doom and gloom for West Charlotte, but it does at least give Lee County a small confidence boost for losing the previous game.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what you need. You just, again, the beauty of S&D is you work round by round. You're not going to lose it off rip. You might lose it in rounds 2 and 3. It depends on how you play it, but you just take it one round at a time. And so far, the patience paid off. No one's going to grab bomb. Maybe it'll be a delayed push. We'll wrap back around if we don't like what we see at B. Just kidding. It was all a mistake, a tactical one at that. But now, here's an interesting thing. You find the opening pick, you can spread bomb out for information, and if you do so, if West Charlotte believes it's a B hit, you have all the free real estate at A to swing back around and put down quickly a plant. But it comes down to whether or not you find the kills, they do so.
And number 4, this was Zanny, I was going to say, had the opportunity to possibly find one. The bomb holder right around them here too, so they're gonna need to look to rotate back. Lee County, they're in a precarious position up top, and unfortunately aims at his legs, and bullets can't penetrate the floor. So Lee County taking the 2-0 start.
Huge bounce back, 1 round at a time, doing a very nice job of punch to counter punch, patience at mid map. And when the play breaks down for West Charlotte, Lee County are there to pick up the scraps, which is again just tip of the cap to with the kind of veteran mindset a lot of these players already have at such young ages.
Ooh, pick of the scraps, tip of the hat. Come on, Space Man, you're actually on something. That's crazy. Oh my god, I do. I'm taking notes here, man. I'll be on my hands, so now I have ink on my fingers. Thank you. But I'll leave them now.
Don't scratch your beard. That's gonna get in there. Don't do that. We said oil, not ink. Don't do that.
All liquid, same. Anyways, we'll look for 2 to go across. Abraham Lincoln holding prom as 2 look to pop out. This could be huge 2 picks, but gets spotted first. Tragedy strikes on Lee County.
I like this push from West Charlotte. Getting a little bit aggressive off rip early in the S&D. Quickly punishing and taking an opportunity to spread numbers from Lee County. Nate helps flush enough. Bomb is yet to go down. A little bit too long for my liking. If you're going for a counter wrap to B, you need to go a little bit quicker. Luckily, the kills do help. You're playing a 2v1 now. But you are split. Bomb will finally make its way. Zany out of position. Here comes a cruise. Interesting investment. Very, very interesting investment. I don't think I agree necessarily with it. Yes, you get information, but you're already up 2-0. There's really no need to call on the cruise at all. We'll see how it plays out, though.
Yeah, like you're saying, I respect it. Might have been one that I would have waited for the plant to go down to be able to try to see what the rest were holding, but unfortunately, they saw one already, and right into his face he goes. West Charlotte get there first.
That's a very interesting investment. I don't like to be too harsh, especially when we're like talking about challengers players or even looking at, high school level. But the reason you don't invest the cruise in this spot, 1, you're up 2-0 in the game. You're not in a position yet where you're on match point. You're not on series point quite yet. 2, you have really no reason to, when you're in a 2v1 situation, to either 1, give away any positioning. You get some information back, but there's really no upside to using the cruise, because even if you get 1 kill, you've basically wasted a streak too early into an S&D. This could have been used for, if you're up 4-1, if you're up 5-2, something like that, where this game is about to be put away, and you really just want to send it the distance. Just a really interesting investment of a streak this early on. So it'll be interesting to see if West Charlotte get a little bit more aggressive now, knowing that they don't have to watch their skies, because hey, they've taken out the streak, and now they find 2 kills off rip. Things are looking quite nice for West Charlotte.
Yes, they are indeed. A small shift, a little tip of the hat, as you mentioned there, Spaceman. Suddenly seems though the fedora has gone all the way to cover both eyes. I do like this though. Oh, but caught in the window. The comms work out here, but unfortunately in 2v1, West Charlotte gets the upper hand.
Yeah, the fedora's been flipped into sports mode, apparently, because it just... Again, it is a decision that might come back to bite them to start, though. It has been a beautiful response from West Charlotte. 2 quick rounds to their back. They respond slowly in round number 3, and in round 4, they take their time. The ARs are posted, and nobody gets past the 50-yard line for Lee County.
One can milady a bit too hard to leave the fedora down so low, as if you were a Kakashi Hatake watching everything fall before you. But no copying going on here, though. All originality, as we see in Lee County. Probably take a bit more different approach. Like you're saying, still a bit back to default, if anything, but even a couple stragglers on the outside. More spread out. 2 on A as a way to make contact.
I'm wondering if Thomas saw the cross. I don't think he did, because we'd see John start to make a play if that was the case. If they had any information, John would creep up slowly. You'd try to find the opening pick. Then you'd regroup around A. You'd get somebody potentially watching the Palace overextension, but it doesn't look like that'll be the case. Punch in the back. John at least is successful, rewarded for the efforts. Trades continue, 3v3.
Let's game between the two of them. Watches 2 to go by, though. A clutch kill given over from Baby Hippo. And mid now in their favor. Interesting. Now a 3v3 becomes a 1v3 with John, unfortunately, will fall. It does.
3 straight rounds. Things are getting interesting. West Charlotte, 3 rounds away from sending themselves to the state bracket. Huge snap.
Mm-hmm. Couldn't be me, personally.
That would never be me. Absolutely not. That's why I cast.
That's the joke I find with a lot of casters where we're like, oh, we can't do that. But hey, man, some casters are immortal.
Hey,
some
I'm just saying,
are...
I wouldn't have invested the cruise missile. All right, it's the one thing I would have done.
We're still in the cruise missile.
Yeah, dude. I'm just saying. Listen, I'm not gonna do it. Wouldn't have been me.
Okay. It's you know what, guys? If you're going to be like Spaceman, stop using kill streaks.
Yeah,
Instead,
stop using
just
kill
shoot
streaks
them.
too early into S&Ds. It's not your time.
No. So John, let's see it. Just shoot them, man. Just you saw the one, second possibly there too. No hit marker there, off the flash, but yeah, you don't want to take that peek at all.
Yeah, and these are just some of these unnecessary gunfights that I think West Charlotte are getting better at recognizing they don't need to take. Granted, they have their backline covered. They've done a nice job of watching the overextension. They're not going to get pinched. Flank is closed. 50 seconds to play here in this round. A huge round for West Charlotte. Going up 4-2 is a very dangerous situation for Lee County to fight back from. That nade should flush enough to pick up the kill. It probably won't, however. Okay, Vibes is done. Zany, however, can make a play here. Huge pickup in the back flank, completely locked away. And this is just absolutely devastating if you're Lee County. This
is, tragic too. Zany was there, watch the cross, gets caught. And then you're looking at both of them too. They're just have to flush it onto the open. Like you mentioned, 4-2. We go up once again. From up top, sir, unfortunately, you cannot fly, so you must die.
I like that. Oh, okay.
Hey, thanks.
All right.
You know, I'm just trying to be like you, man. That's
okay,
it.
Ravish, I see you.
I hope so.
Put the fedora's back on. All right, I got what you're doing.
Can we have a different hat, please?
That is the only hat I'm aware of, actually. I'm sorry.
Yes, you want? Same. So valid.
Yeah.
Actually, wait, top hats, dude. Abraham wears those, right?
Top hat, that's true. Yeah, I mean, well, it didn't save him at the play, and currently 0-6. So I think it's save here. We got a lot of dead presidents currently in the lobby. I'm just gonna let you know.
Yeah, and a lot of them felt the bullets as well too. So we'll see.
Oh God, Lord.
All good.
You know what? If Abraham had a cruise missile, that would have been a very different play. All right,
we're still different. On the cruise missile.
Yeah, that's right, buddy. You're getting close to match point. It's getting scary for West Charlotte. They, however, have a very interesting pinch developing. They got to win this fight. Yo, you can't lose that to John. Unfortunately, you do fall and bomb out in a horrible spot. What could have been sealing match point here for West Charlotte now quickly dissolves, and Lee County can play with the space they're afforded. 3 a.m. picks up 1.
Yeah.
Now, how do things develop?
Yeah, funny too about the open by Park as well too. It was close, and I find a bit tough as they trade 2 for 2. James Garfield, Abraham Lincoln, our proudest serving members still alive and kicking. But bomb is also ticking. But Charlotte can continue to hold this too. With 2 around the side of the door. Might have been heard as he's there. Oh, the flank is so huge. The execution, the disrespect lands.
That's dangerous. That's dangerous. You immediately have to take a peek. You have to worry about a peek. Yeah, this is the problem. Quick chow. Oh, the fedora's in sports mode. Oh, it's bad. Oh,
it's
it's bad.
It's incredible. It's great.
So here's the thing, right? Okay, I know executions are hilarious and fun, but please, any player who may potentially watch this, do never, ever, 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 ever go for executions in S&D when it's not 1 player remaining. Because if you do, you leave yourself open to being shot or traded. So just great patience, great discipline. Situations like these, oftentimes in previous COD history, we watch players, see 2 players get into the position, great discipline with their trigger finger, and they wait. In that spot, just go for the kill, clean up the second. Regardless, a well-done round from West Charlotte, but just too much flair for me, for my liking. It's just a little too much, guys. Just settle it down. Oh, good Lord.
Old man Sean, just want you to just shoot the bullet.
Just shoot him and get out of the way.
You're like a guy at a kickback. We're like, this used to be such a great country.
That's right.
Everyone used to eat McDonald's and ride their bikes. Now we have our little Teslas and little hoopity hops and shots like that where we see an engagement out the front and they let him go. 2 taps, it's fine. He gets up.
That's not going to connect. Are they going to peek this? Oh, they have to peek together. They do so. Nice job. 2v2. Do they know the second hit's coming? I don't think so. James is going to back up. Make the play to B, and they're going to get caught, and they know where bomb's going. They absolutely have the information. You push this together, or you don't push it all, and that's going to be the call.
James Garfield needs to look for the plant, though. Planting up top, though. He's just standing there, leaving himself open for the kill. Gets the bomb, plants it, but the cost of his life, and that's GG's given over. West Charlotte are moving on to the state bracket.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, this was just a great response from West Charlotte. 6 unanswered rounds. It got a little bit shaky in the end. You have to think that the cruise missile probably didn't play that big of a factor just with the way these rounds played out, but that is how S&D goes. It was a great bounce back in the first 2 from Lake County. The counterpunch was pretty well adjusted, but Abraham 0-8 didn't really spell the tail of the tape. I think it was just better plays around from the ARs of West Charlotte, better positioning, and they had the crossfire. Their trades were in as a team. That's what you need, especially on Invasion. The crosses matter the most. 6-2, they'll win the series 2-0. Our third sweep of the day. So I think the big takeaway here is just that West Charlotte did a very nice job of responding to small adjustments in game, and their ARs really stepped up here, Ravish. They did a good job.
Our forefathers scored 7 scores in 7 years ago. What he said, bro. But what they foretold that the Abraham score will be so bold, it'll be 0 and it'll have to hold. Nothing. Ooh. That's it. But yeah, like hey, that. GG's over. Once again, that's the third match time. We got one more left to go here. Naturally, for West Charlotte and Lee County, GG's over both these teams. Lee County, a strong start and a fortunate end. But hey, the day is not over yet here, son.
It's true. The day's not over yet. We got one more best of 3 to get through. I believe the next winner of this, of course, will also qualify for the state bracket. Sun Valley versus Panther Creek. Until we get there, though, we can congratulations to West Charlotte for qualifying, and a round of applause, of course, to Lee County for playing so well today, for all of our teams who have competed here in this event. This is only day number 3, but before we continue on and finish tonight's broadcast here on this side of the stream, we have to jump to a commercial break. When we come back, the final match of the night, a best of 3. You don't want to miss it. See you in a minute. Welcome into the Season 2 state qualifiers of the Varsity Esports League. The North Carolina region's been a hell of a one to watch so far today, all of Invasion, but we're changing things up for the final best of 3 here tonight. Winner of this moves on to qualify for the state bracket. It's Sun Valley versus Panther Creek B. I'm with the man, the myth, the legend, Ravish. And brother, we get ourselves a different map for the first time tonight other than iRes, man. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it.
I could not tell you how gosh darn excited I am. We have the experienced terminal. This is one of the first maps I remember playing as a child when I hopped into Call of Duty. My first game was Black Ops. So this was a trip to see and want to experience. We got your boy. To start it off with the first, though, it's a quick take onto the first point right away. Panther Creek. They're going to hold some control, but they're fighting up in close corners and win at the peaks.
I mean, into the blender of planters, how difficult this can be. You want your ARs in Burgertown, sure, but you're expecting a lot of trades to fall through into the kill feed. We see that already on pinstripes to start. Sun Valley versus Panther Creek, both these teams fighting for that state title, but they have to get through a gauntlet of a couple of matches, and doing so requires qualification, and that requires a series win here in a best of 3. Early on, though, Sun Valley into the point, 20 points to their name, just barely on the threshold. An equal pick up the final kill to get them there, but now into the rotation to P2 we go. Out early, Panther Creek on rotation.
Yes, sir. Easy does it too, like with Sun Valley. Slowly but surely, building up to the lead though. Panther Creek looking at the outside, but shot down the middle. You gotta check your corners there, man. You gotta make sure that nobody's there, but unfortunately so. Seems as though it'll be just 1 for 1 as you continue on forward. 3 to peek out, 1 taken by Pink. And he looked for the reach out again into 2. Does not manage to win it, but in the meanwhile though, Sun Valley managed to break their way through and find 1. That was unfortunate.
Sometimes just the way the cookie crumbles on terminal is very, very difficult in our opening breaks. But we've gotten the team switched around and updated for you for your viewing pleasure. Shout out production. They've been doing a fantastic job all day, all week, nice. We should say. More broadcasts tomorrow as well. Keep your eyes peeled and your notifications on both on Twitter and YouTube to find out when more streams are happening. But for now, both these teams, again, throwing haymaker after haymaker back into the point. And yet again, the opening pick will go the way of Eco, but it comes down to Panther Creek trying to hold on to the final 4 members pushing through the front. The hill's been relatively uncontested. Panther Creek doing a nice job of keeping kills on the outside. Into the rotation, back of plane we go. Early on, though, Sun Valley trying to make a move.
So far, like you're saying, they've managed to at least find a decent amount of points, though, but they were even across the board here. He's one from up top. Neo's going to hold a high ground as he watches his teammates just rack up point after points. Currently, Panther Creek. All right, I like this hold. They've spread themselves out to a point where they can't continue to contest, but that was unfortunate. No one was watching his back. Takes 2, and Neo, they look to flip things around.
If stats are correct, Panther Creek has yet to drop a map so far in this tournament. So if that is the case, you have a lot to boast about. Whether or not that actually is the recipe for success here. Terminal's a tough one to beat. Through the back of the plane, more trades continue to fall on through, shots ringing out. And yet again, it'll just be all black in the kill feed as Panther Creek will try to walk away with the scrap time. 10 to go here. Sun Valley, on the low side of your screen, already rotating towards the next hill. 8 and 3 for Neo. Shadow Nope, still looking for his first kill. Onto the rotation. Burgertown is a dicey hill at that. The utility's going to be deadly. Waiting for the trophies to come out, and here they go.
Yep, and already they see that unless it's going to matter, Slide was bold and brazen to go right into True Villain. He sees 2 in front of it, though, but they're playing tucked down, cornered, and covered at least, so they have to run in for them and manages to get 1. Never mind, there's 1 person there, and a survivor look to pop up. At least saves his teammate. They go back once again, Sun Valley early with a hold there, and they can continue to rack up the points.
And this has just been a great hold from Sun Valley. They've been able to funnel all numbers of Panther Creek from top ticketing, and how it's worked out has been the ARs have been uncontested. The trophy is essentially out of the play, but look, your opening 30 seconds have been relatively clean. First one across 100 points. Sun Valley doing a very nice job against one of the undefeated teams here in this week's challenge. Panther Creek now trying to pick back into the point for the last 10. Don't think it's worth it. Rotation begins. Out to mid-map, it's going to be Neo who's waiting for the next hill. This is a very good stretch here from Sun Valley.
Yes, Sun Valley have managed to rack up point after point so far, and pick after pick as well, too, as Panther Creek playing pretty much 1 by 1, not able to find a single thing, but they're looking for that too. Hooked, unfortunately, so finding 1, and the next 2 True Villain, they're just all falling as like dominoes. Once again, a game I don't know, but still, the rules seem pretty simple.
Dominoes, this has to be one of those games that everybody should be able to learn. I got you, Ravish. Don't worry.
Thanks, man.
We'll line them up. Yeah. Speaking of lining up, different. The last couple of games have gone on invasion. It was the Palace Hill that was the hardest to hold. This one as well, inside the bookstore, can be deadly. But through the cockpit, I mean, just lighting him up. Neo was the first one to rotate at 16-3 on an 8 spree. Surely has a cruise to work with as well. On the outskirts, make it 9, or we're going to see 10 double digits. 17-3 for the young one. 155-76 against one of the undefeated teams. Panther Creek nowhere to respond. Neo looking for the tap. Gonna find it. Beat him down. Doesn't matter. Shot in the back. Make it 11. Make it 12. Neo is everywhere, and Sun Valley are cooking.
The switchover was crazy too. Like you mentioned, Neo's on an absolute hot streak. Blazing guns and continuing to not stop here at all too. And the fact that he's timed as well, he went off with the rotation, allowed for the full hold here too, and continue forward. This 100-point lead almost right off of Sun Valley. But as they're once again first here into Burger Town, but no one towards the backside. Clutch kill from Neil. The second also taken. Finding the third. This man cannot be stopped.
Finally, he is. I mean, that's what, a 44-17 combined score for Neo and Pink together. You don't see that too often to start Terminal. You also don't see the response from Panther Creek really creeping up on you at any time. Because right now they're getting blown out. It's just been a bloodbath from Sun Valley. The ARs are too much. 5-12 for Shadow. Nope, hasn't had to do a lot. 2 minutes 12 seconds to his name in the hard point. The kitten getting in there, getting all the time. And this has been a bloodbath. Finally, a huge wipe from Panther Creek. All 4 dead and a chance to breathe on the point.
Exactly so, but only just a couple of seconds like you're saying, but it seems as though the Eco still wants to try to fight against them, but well, we none the wiser. Once again, Neo up top, raining hellfire on top of every single person next to him. And again, he goes into the fray, seeing 3 as teammates beside him, but doesn't actually even need them either, lane beaming them, but cannot actually complete these kills. It's just a couple of bullets thrown.
He's just drawing attention. I think that's the big thing here. I mean, whether or not he's making kills on the outskirts, that's great, but he's drawing attention away from the hill, and he wraps in uncontested. That's another 4 dead. I mean, they can't win it here, but the game's essentially done if you get up to 240 and counting. Win on scrap time alone, win on a final push. What do you do for Panther Creek? You pray to any god you got that you got your ARs in a position to potentially find 2 or 3 kills. You need to start winning the gunfights. As simple as that. You have to find kills, and they're not getting it in the back line because Neo is your MVP. 31-4 on an 8 spree, trying to get to that number, but you got all the streaks in the world. Can't find number 8, doesn't matter. This game is essentially done. Yeah,
this is GG's day. You are 240-81. Naturally, you have a couple seconds, but on the next hill we go. Like, they're already inside the plane here, man. Pink just gets 1 off rip. This is disgusting. Sun Valley brightens the sky and takes a incredible hard point.
You don't see that too often, but late in the night, things always changed. 100-point club, welcome. You're the newest member, Panther Creek, 250-81. Yeah, Sun Valley, off the back of Neo's MVP performance, we got to get this kid a medal because that was just a disgusting 14 spree, I believe he went on. It's just gross. 31-6. You don't see that scoreline too often on Terminal. 29-15 for Pink. He had 10 seconds in the hill. That's fine. He didn't have to do a whole lot other than just to dominate Panther Creek. And unfortunately for Panther Creek, you got Terminal coming up next for S&D. Look, there's not too much to break down here. Panther Creek didn't kill anything. Neo was just the X factor. He's the reason they held hills, the reason they broke them, the reason they maintained points in time. Sometimes we get these situations. Ravage, dude. This was an MVP. This MVP performance. Too much. It was too much. Yeah.
We say, I believe how the French say, it's ridicule with what he managed to perform there. Like it's out through the windows as well, to buzzing down 3 pass makeup. Like, he was uncontested. I just want to call out, that play was actually so sick, man. He actually went outside, rotated around, back 2 stairs, waiting for someone, because knowing he's out, someone's coming, comes back, and again, picks out the guy, gets 3 more. Brothers of mine, didn't execute him, was patient, just shot him.
Patience.
2,
thank you.
And didn't use a cruise missile either. So I think he made Sean happy.
I mean, dude, like, that's the thing. Like, you get full streaks, whether or not you double up doesn't matter. We're waiting. Okay, if they lose a hill, you're going to wait for P1, P2, potentially work through the skybox. Okay, you can break the hill if you need it. Neo was just everywhere. Complete dominance inside the cockpit. You can't run through the hallway to bookstore. You're going to get shot. You can't challenge up towards the crane. You're going to get shot. Even on Sui shots, which used to be back in the day in 2009's MW3, when you would try to go for trick shots off the top rope. Not going to happen. Like, this was an absolute stomping, and the interesting thing now is that we're going right back into Terminal for Game 2. I believe we're almost ready to go. If Neo's going to be shooting like that and Pink is going to be watching the cross as effectively as he was, I have to assume, just by off of pure ignorance, that this could be a very hot 2-0 to end tonight as well.
Yeah, it seems though that if the momentum continues this in this fashion, but yeah, we should be going home pretty early tonight. But assumingly after this, though, we'll match see what does end up happening, because actually with Terminal F5, it can be really flip-floppy, especially on S&D, considering which lane each team decides to take. And definitely, I know many people have been caught up by surprise. I know I have as well. So I'll maintain the point and wait to see what ends up happening before my own very eyes, because remember, I believe it was Gandhi who said, "Bro, you gotta see it to believe it." What are we talking about right now?
I've seen Neo, and I believe that he is the best player in this lobby right now. So Gandhi was spitting
Fair
back
enough.
then, and he's still right. But look, when it comes to especially Terminal S&D, oftentimes we look at the B-bomb site. There can be a lot of cheese through the door when it comes to planting. I believe Stretch Plan has been GA'd. I don't know if players will continue to follow the GAs at this level. I doubt they will, other than the snipers. But to quickly remind you that after this series, the winner of this match will play the winner of Wake Young Men's Leadership Academy versus West Mecklenburg High on Stream 1 tomorrow. So that's a big match. I know we've been hearing both in the Discord, but also on the YouTube chat and both in the Liquipedia brackets. A lot of people talking about that specific matchup coming up. The winner of this plays the winner of that. It's going to be on mainstream tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be a very fun one. Two of the best high schools in the region going at it. And if Sun Valley are playing like this, they are a force to be reckoned with. But into the S&D in game 2, match point for Sun Valley. They win this. They win the series. They qualify for states. Yeah, this is a very big one for them.
And early engage already get over to Pink, lands a stun, but no one peeking out. Close, careful play, the slide again, but look where Neo is. Again inside the cockpit. Has to go prone, manages to get one, but it's Panther Creek getting gunned down within seconds. Albeit, a 2 gets 1 though, should be fine. Pink hops on through, still time.
Still find another as well, but A is completely open inside the cockpit. The only problem is getting there, and again, working through the pressure inside Bookstore. Sun Valley take the opening round, and as convincing fashion as they did the hard point, and they will continue their success rolling through, as you see once more Pink, who was an unsung hero in that last game, really did a nice job of setting up parallel to Neo's AR and was able to shut down most of the pressure on the opposite side of those hills. Nice job in round 1, and on underway we are in Terminal. I like seeing Terminal back in rotation. It's good after a couple of years. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's been nice. I think we've had raid for far too long.
Yeah.
It's nice to see some planes again. No more Fountain, please and thank you. Either way, though, here's the thing. Again, as we hop back into it, it's them to take early control of the plane here. Once again, Ika though takes a nasty shot to the body. Somehow lives just that, but it's True Will in this time. And Neo's spot can't do the same work he does though, but a 1-for-1 will be his prize.
I mean, that is a risky challenge for the cockpit, but great shots to pick up Neo. So one of your front ARs is gone.
Ooh.
But a quick response. Panther Creek, nice job. Capitalizing on 2 kills now, have all the room to work with. Pink's going to find 1. Expecting Eagle Chow immediately pop dead silence, and this will give you some room to breathe and maneuver around the map. Bomb's still down. Now 1v2 entirely doable.
And considering where they are too, he's gonna be engaging with them very, very soon. He's right around the corner. Oh, he definitely had the window break as well too. This could be huge here, Spaceman. Does he see it? Yes, he does. That's 1 more and 1 more left.
He's got plenty of time as well. You're gonna expect the B wrap, and if you are True Villain, you're expecting it too. I don't know if you saw him cross. I don't believe, but regardless, you either wait for the plant or you get high ground. We're going to run right into a gunfight. Pink for the 1v2. Finds him in the corner and burns him. Sun Valley, back-to-back rounds.
That was incredible. Parallel are the lines that were meant to cross. But incredible clutches from both sides nonetheless, though. Pink and Neo doing their thing. And the 1v2 the last couple of seconds, find the rotation, and then clearing their corners as if it was Sunday. You make sure no matter what is happening, you check every single side on a swivel.
That's just good patience and good rotation there from Pink. Like, again, when you find that angle, he knew one jumped out of the window. You know one's running long haul. Instead of cutting through Bookstore, get the first pick, wrap, get bomb, and then play the long game. Did a nice job rotating. Well done by Sun Valley. And if you're winning 1v2 situations, you're feeling confident that even if a round breaks down, you have an opportunity to get back out of it. Because your boy will try to let shots ring out. We'll do so, but no picks as of now. First blood yet to be drawn. Sun Valley, plenty of room to work with here on defense. Bomb has yet to move. We are waiting for that first pick, but nobody's falling as of yet. And look at this stack from Sun Valley. They have all their angles covered.
Yeah, they're making sure that they have all their, I believe how people say, ducks in a row. So they'll maintain their line and try to find one. But True Villain getting caught, though, was unfortunately a good trade, if anything. To bring it back in, a 3v3, and out the pillar he goes. Why would you do that? Into the gun barrel. Pink takes too easy.
Pop steady, avoids, didn't get caught. A little bit of an overchow there from Panther Creek, but that's going to be all she wrote inside the plane. 3 rounds in a row, Sun Valley. Better positioning. They've been winning their gunfights just a lot quicker. I mean, like, at the end of the day, sometimes even if you have the right spots, as you do at Burger Town, if you're not hitting your shots, hit him with a nade. That's so mean. That's so mean. Mid gunfight, threw a nade at his crotch and still won the gunfight. That's
still,
insane.
that's what I'm saying, man. Dude, some of the challenges we've seen today that just should not be allowed or illegal at all. But hey, he wins it. It's fine. Like you're mentioning, it's like what Papa John says, right? You know, just like better positioning, better pizza, better chows.
Better chows. Hey, guess what? Roush, I'm telling him right now.
What's up?
He's getting close. I should clarify. Pink, I believe, is getting close. If not, should have the cruise. He will. This is an okay investment. You can do this.
All right.
You're up 3-0. You're up 3-0. You want first blood? That's fine. You get information. They're in the cockpit or they're in the plane. Okay. That works. Nobody's dropped yet. That's okay. That's all. I just want to make that point. Okay.
The sigh of relief for Spaceman is incredible. Oh! Immediate rain from up top. We'll only get 1 for his troubles by the end of it, but has found the information as to where the rest of 2 of them are. So now Panther Creek is locked inside a rock in a dead place, it seems. Yeah, just catches them both, and it's so clean, man. It's just so easy.
It's way too easy. At that point, when they're funneling out of the plane, it just in situations where I think, especially early rounds in S&D, you're trying to establish a baseline, you're trying to establish a game plan. It's breaking down. You're not winning the rotation through the plane. You're not winning your headies in Burger Town. Okay, we're going to try switching it up. We're going to go for a default counter hit. We're going to go through A. We're going to try to make something happen. Then you get picked. And then you're thinking, all right, well, our numbers are down, so let's try to scramble around together, and maybe we can catch their ARs in the back line. You're out of position to that point. You don't have numbers to trade. And this is where things get very dangerous, right? Like, you're down 4-0. You've lost the game plan. You've lost the ability to kind of counterpunch with your ARs. It comes down to slowing the game down here and a breakout play. You need somebody to step up. You need JRH, Red Dog, find a kill. You need somebody to kind of be a hero here, unfortunately. But first blood yet again for Sun Valley. Just making it so difficult.
They need a hero. But so, unfortunately, one will not find them, sadly. Albeit though, first pick was still theirs, so. Finds the direction, not bad. Out the pillar, shallow doesn't work out either. Sun Valley up by 1. True villain left by himself once more, looking around, thinking, "Hey, where'd you go, guys?"
I've done that many times, guys.
Bro, I swear, bro, I was rotating. Just like when you yell at your team stay alive, and you do the exact opposite. Yeah.
Guys, yeah, this is a tough one, man. Unfortunately, you're down 5-0. You got Pink, who at least has another streak to work with potentially. Neo, your boy, closing in on 1 as well. This is a do or die here. Sun Valley 1 round away from going to states. For Panther Creek, one of the undefeated teams, actually, they haven't played this series bad. They've just been getting outplayed on all fronts. Like, sometimes it's as simple as that. In situations like this, you get naded. They know exactly where you're at. They know the setup you're going to have on defense. Panther Creek already losing 1 more. JRH Red Dog has just been a first blood machine, unfortunately. And with that, numbers continue to fall. Through the back, True Villain has to make a player and has to make one now. And it will not happen. Ravish, this one's done.
Yeah, that's GG's across the board. Eco as well, too. Tried for a child in the angle. But my brother in Christ, 3 people are there. There's just no point. And right now, True Villain as well. We'll have to say adios, sayonara. See you later, my friend. That's a 6-0 dominance and nothing but from Sun Valley, as they'll go on to face the winner between Wake Young Men's Leadership Academy versus West Mecklenburg on stream tomorrow.
And that is 2 games of Terminal, just pure dominance. And again, sometimes one team is just a little bit better than the other. This is very much a situation where we didn't get to see much from Panther Creek because they were just getting outgunned by 2 very good ARs, Pink and Neo. Keep an eye on them going to play tomorrow against the winner of Wake Young Men's Leadership Academy versus West Mecklenburg High. That is going to be a fun matchup to watch. I can't wait to tune in. But look, GG's all around. If we're just talking about that last series, not really much to break down. Ravish, dude, this was just a beatdown, man. They just
yes, indeed it was. Tragedy struck. I believe what Hamilton said was they're outgunned, outmanned, outnumbered, and outplanned.
Famously.
And but unfortunately, they could not find the right hand man. But on the other end, though, they were all sitting pretty, 4-0 up. And easy does it. But GG's, of course, to both teams and all 4 of our winners and teams that did play today. Loved it. Great night of Call of Duty.
It was a great night Call of Duty. We didn't get to see a control across the board. That's okay, though. All best of 3 sweeps for Season 2 state qualifiers. Again, congratulations to those that did qualify. And for everybody, please keep an eye out for Sun Valley. They are absolutely disgusting. So before we close out tonight, we are going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, potentially one more match to go. We'll let you know. See you after the break. Welcome back to Season 2 State Qualifiers. We just joked on you. We thought it was going to be the last series of the night. Turns out, no. We got one more to get through, another best of 3. And again, winner of this will qualify for states. Welcome back in. It's Ragsdale versus Garinger A. We just saw Garinger about I want to say like 30 minutes ago, where they played in their series and again took it in a 2-0 sweep. All of the matches so far today have been 2-0s, but today is a bit different. This match a bit different because we're starting off on Skid Row. This is the map pool we wanted to see. And Ravish, one more best of 3 to go. It's gonna be a fun one.
Bear in mind, there's the asterisk on Garinger's win, right, where they were playing against that 3v4 map as well too. And naturally, they did manage to get a pretty hefty sweep within the SMB, the second map, but I find that may still remain though for Skid Row. Let's start things off and see if they manage to maintain their same dominance so far. As we are first up though, again, early trades going in Lucy's favor though, I would say.
Yeah, right now, Lucy are currently the ones in the hard point. The names are flipped. We'll get them switched around for you. But important thing to note, again, that Garinger just came off of a series where they played against a team that was down a man, and really it was 2v4 at that point. The original player was 0-18 in the opening invasion hard point. So not a whole lot to write home about, but a lot to desire for Garinger coming into the series. Currently down 30 points in the opening hill. Not what you want to see, but Lucy Ragsdale doing a fantastic job on P1, eliminating the space and allowing themselves an opportunity to build upon this lead. Now out to P2, rotating early. It should be Garinger who are out first.
Yeah, they are indeed already 30 points on the board for themselves, like you're saying. So this is it's a quick start so far. Gets caught up right below, sadly. Oh no. But as the opportunities, like you're saying, to start building up that time and into the building, this is again like similar to Palace, right? I found like one of a very tough hill to actually look to break. You've got 2 entrances, and you're hoping your trophies do work. And if they do, you can stay alive forever.
You certainly can, but also a quick reminder to anybody who's just watching or just watched the last series of West Charlotte, who put on an absolute beatdown against Lee County. It is important to keep y'all in, or excuse me, it was Sun Valley, I should say. It's important to remember that the winner of this series will go on to play West Charlotte, who, again, played in a series against Lee County. They won that 2-0. So West Charlotte, pretty impressive in their opening match, but again, all these teams come back to converge upon one another as the series in the bracket, I should say, dwindles down, which will be very interesting. So if you're watching tomorrow, keep an eye on for a lot of these players you've seen today. It'll be fun to see how they do when the lights shine brightest. But early on, it's been all of Ragsdale who have rallied up their score up to 70-11. Again, the names have been flipped. Garinger currently down, trying to just get back into the kill feed, let alone the scores. They're about to be down almost 100 points going into P3.
As you look to head back into it, like you're saying, Garinger having a tough go of it so far. You managed to at least look to find a little small stuff of control too, but they're going through alley and they just get beamed down by me.
Such a weird sentence, man. Every time. It's like, that's what I would say to myself when I'm playing in game. I'm like, there's getting beamed down my knee. You know,
yeah,
it happens.
I'm just better than that.
Right. That's what we bring to the table. But right now, Ragsdale doing a fantastic job of, 1, flipping the spawns, but 2, maintaining the pressure on the opposite side. They've orchestrated this beautiful pinch, and it's going to be up to Shifty to break it open. Does pull on the first, working on the contest for the second, flips in, almost burns on the second, but the contest time still goes the way of Ragsdale, keeping Garinger out of the point. And there we go, shutout production. They've been doing wonderful jobs all day. Names are correct. 96 in counting. It will be over 100. One push to the back alley, and Mope has to do their best to slow the roll. We'll do so, but buys enough time for teams to come off spawn and rotate out to P4. And right now, it is a bloodbath. Lucy Ragsdale doing a fantastic job.
They are indeed. Scrap time just left open for themselves. The one of the points just yet, though, is they do make it in here. First to take here once again, early rotation, and Lucy Ragsdale doing an incredible job of ensuring that they're first on these hard points every single time, but this time, though, is where it becomes a little bit tougher, I'd say, Garinger. But it'll be some amount of fight, and Age thrown in, though, contesting consistently. But you just get caught out through the window as another, that's Baller taking him. And as we rack it up, 115-18.
And this is where you want your subs in Barber, just to be mixy inside the hill. We haven't seen a lot of subs today. MCW is still the meta, and it's going to be for the next couple of months until the pros decide otherwise. But for now, again, the subs are crucial, and it has helped with this lead on Skid Row. How dangerous Barbershop can be when the trophies aren't doing their job. But up the stairs, me doing all that he can to shut down the kills will do so. Follows through. The extra challenge, the contest inside the point. Extra bodies falling, all pinstripes in the kill feed, and when the damage is done, it's still Ragsdale who walk away with the opening time. Contest just gives them more advantage at mid-map. And finally, a push through, and they are going to eventually walk away with the final 10, but it doesn't even matter. 19-129 and counting. This is a very dangerous spot to be in. They have to win loading docks.
Yeah, they need to get here and quick, but considering the 3 fell almost immediately, though, it's a bit tougher, but at least first in, the Creed finds one. So a good start, if anything, to defend one of these lanes. But Garinger also getting traded away. Looking to pop up top. It's a dangerous angle, but finds one off rip. That's huge.
There's a big clear. There's a big hole from Garinger. They just need to continue to have numbers stacked inside. They do so off spawn. Great kills to help. And follow-up trades to boot. 7 and 17 for accuracy and 7 and 11 for solar. Again, not the game you want, but the one you're going to get. And if it's going to be mixy like this, that's where you need the subs to step up. Baller doing just that. Evades a couple of pressures, but can't finish the kill regardless, though damage is done. And right now, you got 10 seconds of scrap time going the way of Ragsdale. But when we look at the rotation, again, back to P1, this is where this game really starts to get blown open. If Ragsdale put up another 40, 30 here, it's going to be really tough for Garinger to crawl back into this game.
And P1 was bloody. If you remember, too, Ragsdale and Garinger fighting out consistently, and I find that's going to happen once again. But clearing them out, though, first off, it's going to be the toughest part, considering Ragsdale have laid down themselves pretty heftily, but finally contested does come in, though. One goes the way of Ragsdale, but as in now to make the way and wait for the rotation to come about. But it's 3 across the board for Garinger. This is a great start.
This is neutral time, but a 2-2 pinch. It's up to Ragsdale to make the play and regroup. And Garinger more than happy to watch the numbers funnel individually. Don't shoot your teammate. That's not good. Me, 7 and 8. Finds it, make it 8. Now back to a 1 KD. Trying to make it a 1+. And will do so. Great hip fire and working around the bend. Getting chased will get punished for the overextension, but still, the time goes the way of Garinger. Neutral hill for the moment. That's essentially what P1's been for the majority of this hold. Out to P2. Rotations there. It's Creed out early, but taking the gunfight against Baller, this is where things get very dangerous. Baller can make this an absolute bloodbath. And he does.
Ooh, yes, indeed. This goes the direction, too. Maintaining his time on the hill so far, just him by himself. Oh, but on the other side, he comes around Moki to take one ward to cut off the rotation. Into the building we go, 1 by 1. Nobody even sees him. He's just running on in, free of charge. They had the angle up top here as well, too. Ragsdale looking to build up to the lead to at least above 80.
This could be a bit of a money hill if you get players down low to help. They've done it. The ARs have been uncontested up top, and well, you've been rewarded for it. 170 to 81, building upon their lead again, closing on that 100-point mark that is so hard to pull back from. Should they be the first team to cross 200 here, you probably think game 1 is over, but here comes dead silence. And how much does it really help? It helps for a kill.
Not bad at all, especially with the sub-duel too. Has a long-range angle, unfortunately couldn't get that. Gets shaded off immediately. Oh, and the drop shot given over. That Daddy doing work for himself as he roams around the map, finding one after another. Ragsdale almost at around 200 here. Hardpoint up and ready, not unlocked just yet though, but 2 around from Garinger here first.
And he got streaks to boot as well. Getting close to a cruise. This is probably a hill you'd want to invest in. The back alley is going to be tough. This is also an important hold for Garinger. Got 3 stacking right now. That cruise, if it ever gets invested, now might be the time. Into the back. Great kills from Solar. Just to break the back open and help alleviate some of that pressure. Keep the kills funneled through the front. This is a great hold from Garinger right now.
Yeah. They're keeping their angle straight. 1 up top, 1 down low as well too. Watching the clear. Ooh, through the boxes again. This easy does it and pulls out the pistol. It almost takes 2 for his troubles, but out of the clear, all of them out. Garinger, a big come up again after being down with almost near 100 as well, but slowly working the way back in, looking for the contest though. Accuracy, oh, can't clear out the corner. Into the trash, pops out, almost like that guy from Sesame Street.
Is that Oscar, if I remember
correctly?
Oscar. Yeah,
it's
I'm
Oscar.
so glad I'm not just completely lost in the brain. That's great. I remember when I was a kid, 30 and 16 for Shifty, quietly at that for Ragsdale. It has not felt like it in the latter half of this hard point. Back to, again, Garinger winning the opening rotation into Barbershop. They lost it last time, but it was the subs who stepped up for Ragsdale. Can they do the same here so far on the steps? The answer's been yes. They are successful. They've continued just to win these 2, 3 at a time kills. A flurry of trades in the kill feed to go their way. 210 to 135. They can end it on the following hard point. Not going to do it here. For Garinger, just want to contest for as much time as possible. Rack up as many kills, and we'll see if they can do it.
A triple going the direction too is going to actually help out with that, but a flip at the final couple seconds, I was thinking that maybe Garinger might have gotten some scrap time, but instead they're still looking to full hold and connection going their way. Like you mentioned, their space matter. They don't want to give away just a free hole for themselves, so they're popping it 1 by 1. But the spawns is where it get tricky. Luckily for themselves, they'll rotate over early, but they'll have to make a pretty large trek if they all fall here.
I mean, 2 hills ago, we invested a cruise missile that only picked up 2 kills and really afforded no time for Ragsdale. So you're hoping that maybe you can recalibrate here and get a chance to eventually put this game away on a very open hill. Garinger have won the rotation for the last 2 hills, but they have yet to hold. And Ragsdale have been slow to rotate. Does it punish them? Well, so far, the answer is no. They're still working on their initial break.
Out of the second, there's going to be nice, though. Good little pop out for the trade, if anything. But Ragsdale, like you're mentioning, 30 away, and Garinger, you want to let things go. Be back in. Inside those fences. One up top is nice, but the clear not possible just yet. Look, clear out both these corners. Good pick off, and now it's on accuracy. Stay alive.
I mean, you get to a situation here if you're Ragsdale, there's no need to continue pushing this hard point. You rotate to new. You can't lose the game here. You're not going to win it here either. There's really not that much of a difference on these final 2 seconds. They need to be focusing on the gunfights in front, back over to P1, our 3rd rotation. And we'll see if they do it as they try to lock down the final 20 seconds.
Ooh. Shifty as well, barely staying alive the final couple seconds. Lays them up at 38-20, by the way, as well, to pick up a performance for himself, and also having the most time nearby on the hills as well, too. But with that, it'll leave them with a win.
Well, it took a 40 bomb, but they get the job done eventually. A little bit late on the rotations. I think the only negative you can really say about that game is just took a little too long to rotate to new. Fought over scrap time. They didn't have to, but in the end, you just wash your hands of it because you walk away with the win, 250 to 170. Yeah, it was Shifty's MVP game, 39 and 20, did almost 7,000 damage. Really was the highlight there. And look, I mean, across the board, a minute 44 for Baller, a minute 15 for Shifty, also leading the way in kills for both teams. A nice job all around. 17 in the objective. Yeah, that's a very good game from Ragsdale. Garinger still putting up a hell of a fight, but dude, like there are instances, especially in Skid Row Hardpoint, where especially with those open hills, you get like an 80-point lead going into Barbershop. Your sub's starting to light up for Garinger, or for Ragsdale, excuse me. Garinger just fighting too hard on the back foot up the mountain continuously in this game to really push things together and chain them together. And they just were a little bit too late at the end, I think.
Yeah, and you saw it happening too as well. He was constantly getting his little fill up plays, pop at the Betty and pop at the Daddy and going out for 3-4s at a time, right? So just like kill after kill after kill, your subs doing work. And naturally with an MCW, you can just continue to rain down off these long lanes, and just the gun's too good, man. It just does too much work. It's just way too good. So we'll see what the continues for, like you're mentioning. That has been set for now, though, but we still do have S&D coming up next, naturally.
We do. We got one more S&D to get through. Wake Leadership just won and qualified for states. Congratulations to Wake Leadership. They've been putting on a hell of a performance. Go check out both their team, but also support them going up in the matches coming up. Sun Valley is still, I think, the team to beat today. Of all the matches we've seen, Sun Valley just looks like the best team in the tournament. They have just been destroying everybody. They took down Panther Creek, which was not an easy feat, to say the least. But again, we go into map number 2. We're almost ready to go. This is the interesting thing now. We've seen a bunch of 6-0s and 6-1s and 6-2s today. I think the S&D will be a little bit closer here, Ravish, but I still think just the way these hardpoints have been going, it shows us where the ARs are currently sitting in the meta, but also just sitting in early season predictions. I think that's going to continue here. The ARs on Ragsdale just look like they were just kind of having a field day, especially with those open lanes. I expect that to be the same here on High Rise.
Yes, indeed. Remember, Garinger, this is where they took that 6 uncontested rounds, right? In the previous as well, too. So I think Harash for them is going to be an absolute playing ground. But considering the performance we just saw from Ragsdale, this is going to be, ideally, the closest S&D that we've seen so far. Actually, we can only hope and wait and see. And give me a goddamn crane shot, please.
Somebody pull out the snipe, break the GA, hit a crane shot, and then put it away. And we'll all be happy. That's all we want. Exactly. Is that too much to ask? Really? Is that too much to ask?
Do you not care about my happiness here, teammates? Come on, please.
That's right.
Well, either way, it's all good, man. Well, we'll just wait and see and hope. No snipers here so far, though, but playing on the outside, shooting through the windows as well to go up with the long range angle. And first, we'll go the direction. Garen's already losing accuracy. That's tough.
Well, already, you're down a man within opening 15 seconds. Not something you want to see. Ragsdale did a hell of a job on the rotational gunfights as well. It was really Shifty and Baller who stepped up in the kill department, stepped up in the objective as well. Yeah. Well, they know where Solar's at. That's not great. You have the bomb as well, still stuck in spawn. This is not an ideal situation. And okay, first round kind of dwindling and crumbling away for Garinger.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the game plan was too, where they're just kind of chilling back in spawn for the most part. I know they got shot at initially, so they're hoping that they might be able to play the long range and try to catch them out of the open, but nah, like they get caught early, they take one, and then 2 stay behind. They just unfortunately Yep, falls apart from there.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, there's more to dive into if the bomb makes it out of spawn, but again, you lose the opening pick. Okay, it's first blood high rise. That's nothing new. But you keep bomb in spawn precariously for more than 15 seconds. That is a mistake. Garinger getting punished for it. Ragsdale very, very quickly recognizing the opportunity and putting him away. We'll see if things change here in round number 2. I expect it to. But still no crane shots. Again, disappointing today. Just can't believe that players are not taking that opportunity just to pull out the intervention and just go absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
But, you know, we can only hope. We can only dream so much.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll precariously move around the other side. Gets caught though, Solar. Watching the angle. So, nice, unfortunate start for Ragsdale and Mystic Up as well. Caught right in the middle. This is the round they want here for Garingers. 2v3. Not improbable, but with Moki going down, this became so much tougher.
Great shots. 2v1.
Oof.
And now 2v none. Garinger, respond back.
Yeah. I could have sworn he saw him with a slide once he's going past spawn, but unfortunately, it's probably looking a bit more tunnel vision, if anything. Because, like, you see this dude, I was thinking there's no shot he doesn't peek him, but all good. That's me right there. Who got that? Shout out.
Well, they stopped the bleeding. I was worried for a second. All right, we're looking a little bit scared getting out of spawn to start round 1. They bounce back. Things looking a bit different now. Again, both these teams fighting for a chance to qualify for states. Ragsdale just 5 rounds away from doing it. They win the first game 1-0, or they should say they're up 1-0 in the series. Good lord, it's been a long day. Garinger now on the attacking side. Bomb carrier will be Solar 2 rounds in a row. Still very timid out of spawn. Will get punished. And the ARs continue to be the factor here for Ragsdale.
Accuracy, accuracy, unfortunately. Once again, the main target for taking out being first. But they can now repeat the corner. Ooh, a close combat patrol, but one Ragsdale is more than happy taken. Out 4-2. Gotta make their way slowly, carefully around. Creed sees them, gets all the info, and lands one. The second, not just yet.
Don't chow. Don't do what we do time and time again. Chows anyway. Yeah, that's a problem. Well, you gotta learn some way, and that's one of the ways to learn.
Yeah, and Baller once again left by himself.
That's a chow.
Guys, we can't keep doing this. Oh,
better than this. Ooh, good shots.
Nice. Yeah, that's them up 2-1. Close game so far. Garinger naturally needs one to go to map 3. I haven't seen a map 3 yet all day. So we'll see if they'll be the ones to change it for us. By the way, lessons from Spaceman Reach. Remember, you should chow only if you know where he is. If you don't, leave.
Only if you're him, which they're too. All of y'all are too young to be him, so that's not the case yet. You still got some time to get there, but. Yeah, it has been a one-sided affair, to say the least, for Garinger. All players contributing, even accuracy at 0-3, has been able to peek for some info. On the other side, we're still waiting for Moke and Mystic to find their first bloods. First kills of the game. If you're just joining us, welcome into the final match of the night. Final best of 3. It's been all sweeps today. Will that continue? It's the big question we were asking in the pregame. As first blood goes the way of me onto Shifty, taking out one of the prominent ARs for Ragsdale. It's a big pickup. And look for the response.
Perhaps now is what we'll see both Moki and Mystic look to step on up, right? Altering up the nades, though, peeks into 2 accuracy. Once again, was going to be that second blood bait again on Garinger's side. Stays alive, but just barely. But with 2 falling on Garinger's end. Ooh, nice little spray down from me. And we go up with the crane. Never mind, crane. Adios mio.
Well, you might get your wish with the bomb being down. They're going to be an elevator, but Baller knows where one is. Great shots. Also the headshot multiplier. Down a 1v1. You know the information. Ragsdale going to climb up the ladder. This is a dangerous pick, and he just chows him off rip. I love that aggression. I love the stones on this player. Says absolutely not. I'm going to take this gunfight. I love it.
He also walked up the stairs. See, that could have been so dangerous if he was looking at him as well, too. But unfortunately, he was ADS down, watching the site. I mean, the most ideal shot because you never really know where it's going to be. But, hey, he wins it. That impressive nonetheless. And a 2-2, closest S&D we've had all day here, Spaceman.
Yeah, this really feels like, I mean, we had a couple of 2-2s earlier today, but it was very much one-sided affair. Then the quick response rounds This is where the momentum swings in an S&D. It feels like this one might be going the distance. I hope it is. 7-2 for me. A really good start. If they shut down me on Garinger, there's a good chance Ragsdale could be blowing this game open. But again, the opening picks have been going the way of Garinger. That's the big positive for them right now.
Yeah.
After that hard point, 0-4 for accuracy. Me at 7-2, watching the outskirts cross. First gunfight should ensue, and it will. Mystic drops yet again. And there goes Moke, 0-5. It's been great punishes from Garinger on these early rounds.
Yeah, but the managed to find one back. Again, it's on accuracy. There hasn't been able to, once you find one, but like you mentioned, playing the human drone party, the second should be taken. And there it is. Easy does it. Walks into my crosshairs. And it'll leave Shifty by himself, though. A new position for him in a 1v3. Garinger playing with their food.
You don't want to throw away this 3v1, but you're also in a really bad spot. Bomb is going down. You do not have the map at your advantage. You have maybe 20% of the map available to you. You got to fit. Oh, you got to win this gunfight. Oh, do not pull out the pistol. No. Reposition, reload your gun, and try again.
There you go. Good comms. Thank you. There we go. That's how you win those. Oh, but once again, was spotted, open angle, and all it took was a second to beam down in the window. Garinger slowly pushing ahead. We'll see. If Ragsdale can find the response here, though. That was unfortunate. Or not even. It was someone right beside him, too. I thought it was from the outside. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, like again, the bomb's down. You can afford to expend one player. You're more than happy to throw a body at the play, which they do. But again, I think the takeaway here is that Ragsdale have lost the first blood. I mean, that's really where the rounds have come down to. The situation is this. Mystic or Moke are getting picked way too early. And that's a positioning problem. That is just an anticipation problem. Ragsdale have not done a good job in this S&D about positioning Garinger like they did, kind of going into the skid row. High-rise a little bit different, but can't allow Moke to go 0-5 for long. Can't allow Mystic, especially your bomb carrier, to get picked so early on, like it might happen again. Oh. That is just a little bit too patient in the back line. And not enough cadence from this offense. They're getting picked apart. They're getting absolutely picked apart.
Yeah, Mystic and Moke, they're just absolutely ruining them, like you're mentioning. Although they play it slow and they try to play it low here, but unfortunately, one was covering, but you're just getting two beamed like so consistently, and this is tragic, right? Things that shouldn't be happening, and then even from the back end, Creed finds one, so things are heavily shifting in their favor.
Yeah, like this is complete credit to Garinger and how they've been just playing the opportunities they're given. Like the dice they've rolled is, okay, we're going to get first blood, so let's capitalize on the second and third as well. Like, let's lock down mid-map. Let's keep the lanes closed from a rotation to B. We have one player sitting on a helipad. That's great. Ragsdale have just not responded to this at all. And right now they are just falling behind quickly in this S&D. Their rounds have been going by way too fast. They haven't converted any of their first blood picks because they haven't really gotten any. Can't pick up the kill on accuracy. He was 0-5, almost picked himself. That's bad. And Shifty will drop early on. The low play here from Ragsdale has not panned out.
Shifty's usually been a survivor in most of these rounds. He's 5-6 right now. Been trying to carry his team for the most part, but unfortunately with him falling and leaving the next, Moke is looking at a different angle in a different world. So just getting caught up from behind happened far too often here for Lucy Ragsdale. Bear in mind, it is high-rise next show once again, and Garinger have the opportunity to get the full run back.
3-1. Always gonna have to make a play here, and we're just trolling. Okay, huge.
All right,
I got him.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, I like the discipline. I do. 5-2. It has been a quick response here from Garinger, so it looks like we are guaranteed a control. At least one team will be moving on to states through this bracket, and right now it comes down to potential control here. But Garinger have just been kind of playing with their food. It seems like in this S&D because really, Ragsdale have not had much to show. It just has not felt like the same team we saw on the hard point. They have been getting picked first blood. 0-7 from Moke. The ARs have been quiet. Mystic as the bomb carrier. I would say just put somebody else on the bomb. Like, put one of your ARs on the bomb. Get them to play a little bit slow, a little bit more methodical. They're going to stay here. We'll see what happens here.
Again, Mystic, like you're saying, playing a bit farther back once more. Try to go low here again, but Baller, first inside the hallway. He's been caught from behind pretty often, but I think saw one in transition, looking to go play much more aggressive and try to fight and up to go into mid. This is tough, man. Mystic gives himself away. No bomb plan just yet, but they're all covering the side here.
Oh, 4 stacking is not ideal. It's not ideal. You don't have anybody really watching your left cross. But you kind of run into a bloodbath, which might work out for you, and we're still going to try to plan. I don't know what the hesitation is here from accuracy. You have more than enough opportunities to pick down a couple of players.
Yeah.
This has been a very sloppy offensive round from Ragsdale, but a very strange defensive hold from Garinger. The bomb is yet to go down. I have absolutely no idea what's going on right now. They're just refusing to plant or pick up kills. Okay.
They're just, meandering around back and forth.
That's the best way to put it, yeah.
For some reason. Okay, sure, they managed to find one. They get the round. All right, bro. Whatever.
That was a round. That was a whole round of S&D.
Yeah, I just don't. I'm gonna let it go. I'm not gonna think about it.
It's just, look, if you're going to 4-stack in, you have to do it quickly. You have to plant. You have to quick plant. There's no question about it, because you're giving up so much of the map. Your trophies can only last through so many nades and stuns. That is a dangerous call to make. But in this situation, it's very much it's an instance where, oh man, yeah, you don't want to see it too often. I think is the case. You just don't want to 4-stack inside. I think the best way I can put this.
No, never. What a horrible idea. No, you're just chilling around the power plant. Electricity, that's no Hydra bill gone, and that's one more gone to get Mystic taken away. But at least it's at the cost of accuracy, which is unsurprising, but unbeknownst to them. I'm on the aggressive, though. That's 2 gone so quickly. Ragsdale losing a slip on this round once more.
Oof. Oh, that's a nice pick up top. Helps towards propane. And you get some information. And again, Node is currently on helipad. You're not getting picked. Baller can start to rotate. Sub in his hands. Used the AR last game. Has to finish this kill. This is a big one. He'll try to stay alive in a 1v2 and gets punished. Ooh, Garinger. Just taking it so simply, so easily in this game. I mean, it didn't really feel like Ragsdale had much of a game plan in some of these rounds, and Garinger just kind of let them do what they want and took advantage.
Easy does it, like you're saying. It's albeit one of the closest score lines we've seen in this S&D, but finally, a map 3 we get out of any of the games, and naturally it has to be that little surprise map that we saw here as well too. So love that. Lost for your spaceman, but one more opportunity, one more game is what we have.
We got one more. Look, we're guaranteed to end here and get one more person into the state, potential state championships, right? This is all for the qualifiers for season 2. But the interesting thing that is really important is to look at how the game plan was structured for that S&D. Look, Garinger came in and essentially just allowed Ragsdale to do what they wanted. But it backfired on Ragsdale because Ragsdale didn't seem like they had much of a plan outside if we get first blood. Then we can just try to get a little bit meandering around the B-bomb site. But they didn't really do much. And unfortunately, after that opening hardpoint, I expected to see a little bit more tangibility to their game plan. Didn't see much. Credit to Garinger for bouncing back. No S&D win is an easy one. And now they're tied up 1-1. Ravish. This is kind of what we wanted to see. We wanted to see his series go the distance. We want to see teams really duking it out. And we go to essentially the best of both worlds between hardpoint and S&D. I'm excited to see how this one closes out, dude. Closing thoughts before we go to a quick break and get ready for the control.
Yeah, yippee, wahoo, let's go.
Well, you heard it from the best. So you better yippee-yay, get yourself some water, get refreshed. We're going to come back from this commercial break, and when we return, we have a control ready to go and to send one more team through to state qualifiers and to get ready for that potential championship. You don't want to miss it. Ragsdale versus Garinger A. It's been a fun one. The bloodbath goes to game 3. Control coming up after the break.
Homies, welcome on back again for our final match of the night. As we look at these two fantastic teams, the only ones to give us a BO3. We got Ragsdale going up against Garinger. On the higher as Garinger had a fantastic comeback on the S&D. They looked calm, cool, collected. Meanwhile, Ragsdale looked a bit disjointed. We're gonna be meandering around side, but we'll see what the final game holds for them.
I'm excited to see who's on offense and defense today for this first round.
Indeed. Oh, by the way, hey, I'm here back with Mars to head back into our final game as we get into control here. Mars, this should be, as we were saying, Garinger starting off on, Ragsdale starting off on the offense.
There has been no lives are tied now. They're pushing on to A site, and it's a 3 dead for Garinger.
Yep, exactly that. Yeah, this is I should be looking at. I imagine we'll see much more for just playing up towards lives and that rather than the actual control of the point, right? But so far, the Ragsdale as pretty even so far. Though on to A, they tried to go for a double shift in both A and B early on, but unfortunately did not land in the direction. But Garinger this time though down by 3, looking good on the defense as well, moving in past these lanes towards B they go.
All right, so Garinger is spawning. Okay, got it. Sorry. So they should be spawning back A as far as the offense to go towards the helipad right now. They're on B. Oh, they're on B right now at capping point. Garinger is.
Yeah, they should be able to easily take this, like you say, but try and get an opportunity, get one tick off of A here, and try to go for the double assault on the B, but finding nothing here so far. Just pretty even on the lives here too, running out of time as well. So they need to find at least some sort of semblance of control. Just on 1 point if anything, but currently finding nothing. Still just taking down onto A if they can, but nothing said. Finally, some good progress here onto A. They should be able to at least cap this off. There it is.
There it is. We have 2 lives down for Ragsdale currently. We are currently looking at a B capture. Or sorry, B hold for Ragsdale. We have 3 underground right now. Yeah. It's looking like we have a back spawn flank from 3. That is currently accuracy. It's in Ragsdale's Ragsdale spawn.
Yeah. Accuracy is, as did have a bit of a tough go in the previous S&D, and right now the 1-5, so not doing the hottest, but trying to at least get something back from himself if we can. It's the lives maintaining pretty even for themselves. No ticks found right now for Ragsdale to continue to fighting towards 1, but down to their last 9 lives. Here's Ragsdale caught in the corner, finding the second. Garinger though, this is finally up life, and now time on the side as well.
Oh, they got some retakes. Yep. Testing the point pretty well here. They only had 1 tick on for B Garinger today for this round.
Sir, they at 25 seconds left to go here, only 1 tick onto B, like you're saying. They're trying to hold there if they can, but with 5 lives left to 6 here, Ragsdale trying to get something back. Remember, there's the final in that BO3. The way pop us through the stairs, nothing left, and no spawns remaining right now for Garinger. On both sides here, in fact, the crate comes around, huge flank, 2 big picks, and no time left alive. Garinger should be able to clutch this.
Give me 2.
Unless 1 life. Mystic, he's here. He's on the site.
Still here.
Yeah.
And I'd be Garinger taking it. Round 1 offense.
Yes, sir. Remember, it's that first 3, right? So they maintain well in the defense here too, and I find it can just flip so heavily as well. So we just go back and forth in terms of was it offense and defense, especially on higher as well. To makes it pretty tough. So that's why I did imagine that this game is going down to lives, and it technically did, but time as well too played a big factor on their side.
Yes, sir. Everyone on streaks. Me is currently on a 3 streak, and if he capped the point last time, I think. So should be closer to streaks or to the cruise missile we all know and love.
Should be nice. Yeah, locks 2 already in, and accuracy's already out. 2 fall in quick succession. Up against Garinger. So remember, they are up 1-0 here too. So if they can cap the first year in quick succession, then looks to be good here. They've got some progress, but almost got the entirety of A. And yeah, that's just theirs. That was quick, and B as well. Near a full tick. There's 2 on B. Garinger decimating them here on high rise.
Yeah, Ragsdale's holding this point really well. Well, as I said that, they drop out of point. Mystic House pitching mid currently. And Creed's just sitting in swap. And white. Good.
All good. He's about to just run around here, bit back and forth like I mentioned, but just one tick taking over, trying to actually clutch up onto B's will probably be the hardest part. So playing for lives will be what look to fall down on. It's gonna be the pitfall for this very open site, right? So this is the toughest part of a lot of this. So there's fighting on, continuing back and forth. Only 1 life off between the 2 of them as well. And no one really able to get in from either end. And 1 tick would remain. There's a cruise missile as well.
Axel's in point.
Nice. Oof.
Trade it out. Should be spawning. Yeah, okay. So we are currently down 4 lives in Ragsdale for round 2. And A is captured. I didn't realize A was captured. A was captured already.
Mm-hmm.
Moke is gonna. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Managed to at least try to get 1 more here, but they're building out to about half a tick here currently. Shifty's maintaining himself with the corner, waiting around to see if he finds anybody, but the rest of the team doing a really good job. Moke, he missed it going out though. Makes it that much tougher. They gotta stay alive, but it was actually on the site. They take it to Ragsdale. All right, bring it back.
This can go to OT.
Maybe you're right. Yeah, it's a possibility, but like you're saying, it has been pretty back and forth between the 2 of them. Surprised the attacking side there as well too. Managed to clutch it out as well. So
OT. Offensive rounds. That's actually doesn't happen very often.
right.
We're looking at accuracies. KD that needs to come up if they're gonna have any success here in this defensive round, or offensive round. Excuse me.
Yeah, accuracy's definitely had a tough go of it too. Remember, first to 3 here naturally in control. Closest game we've had so far here today. As it went to full distance, went to 3 ended up being 2. So that's tough. Big explosion, gets 2 off a rip.
As a team kill, it's actually 1-1.
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah, that sucks. All good.
They're holding A right now currently. Ragsdale. Accuracy loses the gunfight. Ballers pushing up towards green. Gonna try to spawn trap them inside their spawn.
Continuing on fighting forward though. Imagine if this game might just come down to live shot this time though, but both of them want to go up to that 2 naturally. This would be the most ideal point of contact because Garinger now down about 4 lives, not too much of a deficit. A also hasn't been built up from either side. 30 seconds remaining.
Baller does have a cruise missile.
Finds 1.
Milk's 50's hidden B here.
You say building himself onto B. Time is stopped though at this point. It's just no one's
Garenger's on
contesting
B.
it.
They're just holding it.
Yeah, they can just take this and they easily do. Falling out 20 seconds. Oh wait, they get stopped. Yeah, that was huge. Ragsdale barely stops them at the final hour, but
this is getting pushed around.
2
seconds left.
Only 1 more tick is needed. 2 more are still there though. They can't stop them just yet. Ballers staying alive through all of this, and Ragsdale barely trying to survive, but they're just flooding in 1 by 1 by 1. There's 3 on site, and then they get B.
Garenger's up 2 lives right now. 16. Alright, yeah, 16 fit. 13 now.
Yeah. Tumultuous path as well too, but still a minute remaining for themselves. Down to just their top 10 pretty much in terms of lives. And a minute as well too. So we're looking for the Gwen Ragsdale. Just hold the site at this point. Taking B is the hardest part, but now A could be tougher because the lanes they all have to cover. Ragsdale to go down by 3. They're gonna lose by lives here maybe.
Look at Creed here. Creed's gonna make a turret position on the left side of the map over here, towards the old B point. He's just gonna cut spawns for Ragsdale.
Yep, you gotta do that pretty easily. Down is pretty much SND at this point. 3 left alive. And they're pushing here onto A here as well. To use the Garinger can win by either the site or even just spawns at this point. And no one there really.
Look at Mystic here. He's gonna try to get spawn kills here. Never mind.
Able to get much more though, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Is A? Oh, just barely. Second take not able to be gotten. 2 kills left alive. Ragsdale just milking out left. That's the last one. Left alone.
There it goes.
That's it. Garinger up 2-0. 1 more left remaining. See if they can clutch it out. Lots of time left though, as well. Looking at it, they're defending this time too. So the defense has had a bit of a tough go of it in this game.
So strange.
Yeah, naturally, it does go against the meta, right? Usually, where the attack and usually suffering more often than not. But this time, though,
Sure.
no actually early picks on either side. They don't try to go right to point, high ground control taken, but 1 first blood taken, 2 to fall on the side of Ragsdale, and they're already kind of trying to find whatever they can.
Yep.
Nothing seen. Nice on accuracy.
Accuracy is gonna hold spawns here. Try to cut off for A. Ragsdale's currently making a push bot in blue.
It's one more below. They don't actually see him too. Accuracy hasn't been cleared off the entire time. Like you mentioned it, he is holding the 1 lane too, but it has to be up his teammates to actually hold the rest. Pops down, doesn't see the other guy, but barely manages to get it with a drop shot. They're now up 7 lives here as well. To Garinger knows they wanted to play super aggressively, not give Ragsdale a second of time.
What Rags need to do here is they need to start forming and pushing something 1 lane. Does not matter. Well, and there we go. There it is. They're on A. 3 stacking it.
On the outside though, the MCW doesn't match. They actually catch them, unfortunately. Like you mentioned, they should be able to just get A here. Extend the time to 30 seconds remaining. Yeah, they just get it.
With the flank bottom blue. And still like the trade.
Doesn't really amount to much, unfortunately. 2 minutes once they get remaining. On the time they currently had, right? So, but watch those spawns though. As 16 to 22 this time. Ooh, okay, you couldn't get that. That's tragic. He definitely needed with that trade. But just keep moving up in the kills department. And they need to just defend B, and B is where things get very bloody.
It's a mixy place here over at B. Baller, looking over watch for spawns. Check it. Spawns lowered. Sees 2. Can't quite connect.
Oof. Tough, but Mystic's there though, and even him only finding 1 off that. We're down to just 10 at this point. The baller sprays an entire clip into 1 person, unfortunately. Gets taken down for it. As the bomb looks to go in, he gets stunned across the board. A nice shot from Creed, staying alive, but barely getting taken out though. Cutting his duck behind cover. 7 to 16 lives.
Ragsdale right now is just looking for map control and picks. That's all they're looking for right now. They're down 10 lives currently. They're in point. They take 2. Sorry, 1. Excuse me. Cruise missile is in.
Ooh, that's 1 more. Nice. Big 2 picks. Down to the last 4 lives here as well. And not even a single tick. Last 15 seconds remaining. Ragsdale. 1 by 1. They all look to fall. And this should be just the comeback from Garinger. 2-0 to take it. 3 as well. High Rise is just their map. And they maintain control of it to get the reverse sweep. Takes down Ragsdale. And move on forward in the bracket.
well played from both teams here.
Yeah. Congratulations to both these sides. As a solid play. As for now, though, you're saying GG's over these teams. And naturally, congratulations, Ragsdale, for taking it forward. Right? So, big ups to them. But Mars, that does end our day here, though. So thank you for joining me for the final game, man.
Of course, man. It was great.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, with that being said, of course, big shout out to all of you watching and all the teams that did qualify for today. We do have more games tomorrow, same time, same place as well. So make sure to stick around for that. Of course, big thank you to production as well and observers. And yeah, actually, everybody else for making this happen. With that being said, I've been Ravishing Ravers. It was Ravishing on the internet. Have a good night. Peace.